Biden term is going to be a thing of the past, I'm so proud to be part of
And
this.
fellas, some great things happening, right?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Marty, there's great, really great things happening. I hear.
Things playing, but okay. Welcome everybody. This is where am I? I just need to make sure the freaking audio is working properly. So I never get it right. Okay, it looks like everything's good.
Biden term.
Okay, I can hear Marvel. I can hear. All right, let's do this. Oh my goodness, let's get right into it. Okay. All right. Let me just figure this out real quick. Let me get a sody. Okay. All right. Welcome, children. As in just you guys, okay? Not children as in I care about kids. The only kids I care about are my own, okay? Don't get weird. Alrighty. We're going to be covering 3 different topics. And I'm going to really try my hardest to, research and make sure everything's factual to my best of my abilities. We're going to go over, apparently, Ethan Klein of H3 Podcast. He uploaded a story, I guess, threatening Hassan Piker with a lawsuit because Hassan's saying that Ethan is defending Tectone, and Tectone has been Tectone just went through a court case. Turns out he was guilty of, who knows, some sexual misconduct or something like that. Don't take my word on this. I need to make sure I'm saying that, which I will, but apparently, okay, pretty much just Hassan Piker talking smack. Ethan Klein's like, hey, I'm gonna sue you. That's like the 4th or 5th time Ethan Klein does this. He just likes to sue people. But anyways, we're gonna be going over that. We're gonna be going over Iron Lung, Markiplier's new movie. Apparently. Where is it? Where am I? Typical Rotten Tomatoes. Okay, hold on. There we go. Nope, this is terrible. Let me mess with the... Let me mess with this thing, because it's horrendous. There we go. There we go. And sorry, you can tell that I'm new at this, right? I am hearing freaking Black Widow moan so much as I'm trying to figure this out, and it's kind of funny. Alright. Alright, so apparently Iron Lung got crappy reviews, but people are loving it. And apparently it's doing well on the box office. Compared to what he put in to what he's gaining. Okay, there we go. Alright. But first things first. The most important thing first. Apparently someone sharded. Okay? I've watched the video a couple of times. I can't figure out what people are talking about. But let's get into it. Welcome to my live stream. I'm your host, John Remod. And anyways, yeah, let's go over it. Okay, first things first. Our dear leader. Apparently he got mad at reporters, or just got tired, or it's his nap time, but he didn't want to take any more questions. So he kind of just told him, hey guys, how about let's pack it up, right? Which is, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, there was an uproar about it from the left, being like, hey, how come he's silencing people? But let's watch it. It's a minute long.
It's going to be a thing of the past, and I'm so proud to be part
And
of this.
fellas, some great things happening, right?
Yeah.
Marty, there's great, really great things happening, I hear. And some pretty big announcements over a short period of time, right?
Yep, moving drugs over the counter so you don't need a prescription.
Yeah, right.
Naloxone, which treats opioid, is one of those drugs. And we're being proactive with synthetic 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up, and we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going.
What does that even mean? Okay, let's look it up. That's why I'm here. Wait, hold on. What did he say exactly? Scientists?
Are coming up with new opioid, 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up, and we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because
Addressing. Hold on. Okay, so this guy, whoever this is, I don't know. He's saying,
chemists are coming
what chemists? Holy crap, look at Namor. Damn, bro. Okay.
up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going.
But what does that even mean? The chemists, whoever they are coming up with opioids. Okay, so good opioids, right? You know, drugs that are helping people with whatever. And apparently they're making new opioids. And why would the government need to keep up with them? Wouldn't that be up to the FDA, right? Am I right or am I wrong? Okay, let's finish watching. Hold on. So the most important part is
proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
okay. Point of contention. I think that's what people are referring to. I don't know if you heard that cough, which is what I thought was a cough, but apparently somebody let one out with some soup. I don't want to make it sound too gross, but I already said shard, huh? Okay, well, somebody did that, apparently. Or maybe the left is just memeing about it. I've had an issue with my terrible aim. I've had an issue with the left being, like, mad that the right is like, yeah, the left can't meme. And then they come up with stuff like this. I don't know what people are talking about. I don't hear anything but a cough. Apparently this lady over here starts kind of like wanting to cover her nose.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ICE's tactics are too aggressive? Photographers, reporters, we're done. Thank you. Cameras, we're going. Thank you, press. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
And people are saying that that's why he wanted everybody out, because the room was going to start to stink. I've seen some memes about it. Some of them are pretty funny. They're definitely not from the left, am I right? Just kidding. I hate the movement in Marvel Rivals. It's like it's not like Apex, it's not like Arc Raiders even, and Arc Raiders I have to get used to it also. These guys are super aggressive. Holy crap, they're actually fighting in how you're supposed to be fighting, like as teams. Hold on, let me just take care of dying. Okay, cool. Great. But yeah, I don't know what people are talking about. This is the whole thing?
Synthetic 7-OH.
This is why this is why the anti-dictator crowd is freaking out about. I say that because yes, I am calling him that. I don't care. At this point, who cares? Everybody can just say whatever about everybody. Isn't that crazy? Everybody can just make up stuff. Nothing happens to them. Imagine that something happens to me. That'd be kind of funny. Just kidding. I'm a literal random, so I think I'm okay.
That's showing up, and we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much.
Apparently, this was supposed to go on a little longer. Like, the reporters were going to start asking questions, and, you know, he was going to go over some stuff or whatever. But he cut it short, and people are wondering why. And I guess maybe that's why people came up with the whole, damn it, sharded thing.
We really appreciate it a lot.
He's like, all right, guys, time to pack it up because... But this also happened at the same time that the DOJ kind of messed up on releasing the files. So I'm thinking that's why he cut it short, because he didn't want to deal with what the reporters were going to ask. Yeah, this was 4 days ago. So I'm thinking that's why. I don't think it's because he sharded. People are saying this lady was covering her nose because it smelled. I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't see it.
He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ISIS's tactics are too aggressive? First reporters.
This is funny. This is very, very funny.
The government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic.
I don't understand what they're talking about. Well, what do you mean, chemists? What do you mean the government's not keeping up? What opioids are they talking about? I have no freaking idea. But let me focus on this real quick. Let me get some. Okay. Imagine I don't get it any better. These guys are like blitzing. Yeah, I'm getting clobbered, dude. Oh, that was it? Okay. Well. Why are my windows so messed up? Holy crap. Okay, right there. That's what I wanted. I don't know why my shit keeps moving. Okay. So yeah, that's the whole Trump thing. I don't know, man. I'm trying to find the full context, but this is the whole thing. I'm putting two and two together. I think it's because of the DOJ messing up. I don't hear a shark. I don't hear anything remotely close to what people are saying happened.
The DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming.
I just know Pam Bondi absolutely hates that she has to be right next to this guy because of the skin color. Come on, like,
up with new opioids.
She's disgusted. Just kidding. That is based on absolutely nothing, and I just made that up.
Faster than the government has been able to keep up.
Yeah. They're like, I totally understand what this guy's talking about. Okay, what is this guy talking about? Okay, we're gonna put exactly what that guy just said. Chemists are coming. Wait, exactly what did he just? I wanna type exactly what this guy just
That's
said.
showing up, and we're working with the DOJ. It is one of those drugs, and we're moving drugs.
I hear. And some pretty big announcements. Marty, it's great, really great things happening.
I'm so excited, dude. It's like, I can't believe our dear leader is talking to me.
Here, and some pretty big announcements over a short period of time, right?
Yep, moving drugs over the counter, so you don't need.
That's such a funny phrase right there. Moving drugs out of the counter,
A prescription.
Yeah, right.
Naloxone,
Prescription guys.
which treats opioid, is one of those drugs, and we're being proactive with synthetic 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up, and we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government.
Okay. Chemists are coming. Shit, I can't type. Up with new opioids faster than the government can keep up. I have no idea what any of that means. Illicit chemists are creating new synthetic opioids faster than the governments can regulate them. That's what I was thinking. Like, wouldn't the FDA be like included in the conversation? I don't know. Creating a cat and mouse game that has accelerated the overdose crisis. Underground labs, primarily in Asia, tweak the molecular structure of existing opioids to create unregulated analogs, often more potent than fentanyl, that evade or stay legal under current laws. So what? I have no idea what any of that had to do with this.
And has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new
Okay. So they're doing something about it.
chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic
That's great, guys. What's so great about it? They haven't gotten to it. Oh, just the announcement was great. Cool.
things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
That's when he was like, I can't hold it any longer. I'm gonna have to kick you guys out.
A lot. Thank you, Oz. It's doing a fantastic job.
Okay, hold on. I feel like it's exactly what I'm saying, because the whole shark memes made no sense to me at all. Okay, DOJ release files, and this was no. 3 days ago, Department of Justice publishes 15. That's what I'm trying to look at. November 19th, and this was November. Wait, what did I say? November 19th. I was thinking of January 19th. No. This is not what I'm talking about.
Spies know that truly observant people are
30 seconds before you attack.
January 30th.
Get ready.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Oh,
Okay.
you're a modern-day bard.
I'm not interested in looking at any videos.
Without me.
Epstein Files Reverse the Act. Okay, so this is just the act.
A shame. There was a time when Midgardians appreciated
Redacting.
true art.
Okay.
There's also a time when
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is
January.
capture the mission area. Got it?
The Department on January 30. Okay.
planet gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Okay, so the 30th of January. That was the. Okay, never mind. There's nothing. None of this is making any sense to me. I am about to die. I cannot get the hang of the controls. They're not sensitive. They're going wherever they want. I can't. Okay. I'm terrible at this. And I cannot figure out the controllers. Yeah, I can't. Damn. It said that the January 30th release will be the final one and that it had met its legal obligations. Hold on. So, nothing else is going to get released? That's it? Everything that was blacked out, that's how it's going to stay, is what I'm getting out of this. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that just amazing? Donnie rode on releasing the files. Nobody actually cares about the files themselves. Everybody just wants names. Who's responsible? Who needs to be met with justice? Have you guys seen them? They're all redacted.
I still need you.
Because I'm so iffy about looking stuff up on X, Twitter. It's like I don't pay for Twitter, so I'm pretty sure I can't get any NSFW stuff. But I don't know. What if there's some like violent stuff, you know? Okay, let me just. I don't even know how I did that. Okay. This is a better way to aim. I just don't go crazy with the right stick. Okay. Okay, okay. Ooh, boy. Okay, they're gonna be coming in from here. Is there no check? Is there no mic check?
A nice deep freeze. I am ready to put on a show.
Fantastic!
Oh man, I cannot aim with this. My aim's probably gonna be at the end of the round. It's probably gonna be like at a 20%.
A nice deep freeze. I spy some bad guys.
Holy crap, dude! I am terrible at this.
Target neutralized.
Oh my goodness, what was that?
You have my full support.
I don't understand how people get the hang of this. I am terrible at this. I'm terrible at aiming. I play Apex. I play COD. I can usually handle the controller better, but okay. Come here. Oh.
Pretty good team. No one shall be brought low by his own essence.
I spy some bad guys.
I cannot aim for shit.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Amazing. Okay, well, to be honest, I just wanted to go over the whole fart thing, but I don't know. I can't hear it. I don't hear it. I don't know what
I
people
hear
are talking about.
fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Is that why she looked up at the camera? Or maybe that's not even what people are talking about. The cough, like that's actually just a cough, and maybe I missed it, but I cannot hear it, and I don't think I will because I also have terrible hearing. But anyways, all right, we're gonna move on. I want to talk about Markiplier's Iron Lung. I saw the trailer for this movie came out a while ago. I think it was like years ago. The first trailer for it. So we're gonna watch the trailer real quick. I don't know if it's copyright. I honestly don't give a shit. Yeah, 2 years ago. Can I watch these things? Am I allowed to? My channel has 30 followers, but 32. I don't know how much trouble I get into if I start watching stuff like this, but you know what? Whatever.
This is not an expedition. It's an execution. When they put you in here, they don't want you to return. And even if you do, and even if they keep their promises, what freedom waits for you?
Also, isn't there a game called Iron Lung? Is that what the movie's about? I haven't watched the movie.
Fantastic!
Okay, hold on. Damn it. My ult is kind of trash. Yeah, I don't even know what it does. It fires something, but I never hit anyone with it. I need some help.
This is real firepower! What are you aiming at?
Oh, bro, I escaped. Okay. Let me just
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
No king shall ascend.
okay, at least I'm getting some. Oh, I have. Okay, yeah.
Another epic victory.
Okay, cool.
Few collapse in a sea of dead stars. If there is still hope, it lies beyond the veil. Hope.
Apparently, also, it's really bloody. Which is definitely not what I thought. Hey, look at that. Not too terrible. Accuracy. Oh my goodness, I got 4 final hits. Damage blocked, healing. How do people have this healing thing? I have no idea how to heal myself. 12? I don't know how I got 12 kills. Those are the kills, right? 0? No, what are you talking about? I got some. Okay, hold on. Let's do this again.
In this void is as illusionary as...
All I hear is his normal streaming voice, where he's like talking about playing video games and kind of like rating them and...
the starlight. I will choose to breathe my last here, at the bottom of an ocean. Unseen. Unheard. Uncontrolled. They will get their execution.
Looks pretty crazy. I wonder what the budget was.
Spies know that truly observant people are...
Whoa, it's here. No way, dude. Okay, I'm probably gonna go watch it tomorrow. Okay, anyways, I want to know what the budget was. 2 hours and 7 minutes. That's pretty good. Check it out. 97% of normal people that actually went to go see it liked it. So I'm definitely gonna go watch it. But I'm wondering what the
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from
there we go.
the mission area.
Okay. Whoa! Dang! So he made this thing with 3 million. He's now at 21.7 worldwide in its opening weekend. Just on the opening weekend. That's pretty freaking... That's like the first Saw vibes. First ever Saw that they did it with like a couple 100,000 or something like that. Or not even a couple 100,000, like less than, right? First Saw movie budget. Check it out. 1.2... Wait, really? Oh, wow. I was so off. But anyways, they made...
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
103 million worldwide. Okay, maybe if I actually aim. I'm terrible at this. Wow. Okay, so it is a direct adaptation of the game, of this one, the Iron Lung game. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, because I saw that stream. I saw him play that game. Not a stream, I saw it on YouTube. I saw the upload, not the stream. I don't even know if he streams like that. I think he does. Yeah! Let's go band for band. Oh, shit. Well, that was easy. That's pretty cool. What a profit. Good for bro. Holy crap. Because honestly, Markiplier is kind of like the only few YouTubers that, you know, they're just normal. Like, they're normal people. Like, part of the normal people club. So that's pretty cool. Wait, where's the... Rotten Tomatoes gave it a... I need to stop fighting this guy because I'm not going to get anywhere with him. I don't know, man. I know I'm playing with a bad character, but that's kind of hard. I'm terrible at multitasking.
Not after everything I've been through in the
Rotten Tomatoes 44. Typical. Typical.
Better stop that vehicle.
IMDb 6.7. Just watch 69. Which honestly, for being his first movie, you can't really say that's bad. Nobody actually cares about Rotten Tomatoes' reviews, right? I mean, they're like the IGN of movies. I don't know, man. I'm getting ganged up on like insanely bad. So pretty cool. So that's okay. Now for the main dish. So I hate going on Twitter because I'm going on live on YouTube, and I look at this. Okay, this guy's actually going after me.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Disappear!
Wait. Dude, they're like... Maybe they've heard of like the whole Zaza and CC and Kingsman and crazy names drama, and they're going after me because I'm on Black Widow. Whatever. Okay. Brought to you by Ethan's Attic. Apparently, Ethan Klein of H3 uploaded a story, and it reads: so this scumbag liar, classy Ethan, classy, is intentionally taking old clips and saying I support domestic violence. The only time I've ever talked about Tectone is when he claimed iDubbbz asked him to fight. Naturally, he's taking it from that. Worst of all, Hassan, who absolutely knows this tweet is a bad faith lie, is retweeting it in his endless campaign to defame me. If I'm as bad as you say, then why are you forced to lie this egregiously? Shame on you both. Tectone thanks Ethan Klein for having his back throughout his recently finalized domestic abuse proceedings. How's that content cop working out for you guys? Maybe Tectone will join the card. What? Okay, so they're taking this story. You can't really see it, but they're taking this. Okay, hold on. Where's my freaking? There we go. Oh, you can't see it. Okay. So, how do I zoom? I can't zoom? I don't know how to zoom. Well, whatever. It reads, how's that content cop working out for you guys? Maybe Tectone will join the card. And this is obviously talking about the creator clash that almost happened last year. Ethan is referring to Tectone as another fighter because iDubbbz said Tectone is when he claimed iDubbbz asked him to fight. Okay, so apparently Tectone said last year that iDubbbz asked Tectone if he wanted to join the card because nobody wanted to fight anymore because of all the drama that happened, right? And they're taking that story and completely turning it on its back and saying that Ethan Klein, they're bringing that story from last year and bringing it to what just happened with Tectone. And what just happened with Tectone is this.
A lot of people.
No. And this is WestJet. Let's watch some WestJet.
Massive day for the unemployed. The Jail Tone files just dropped. We've got a bunch of people talking about
Jail Tone.
This, including lawyers who wear suits like Legal Mindset and Jizqueef. We got the kettle calling the pot black.
I know who you are.
Do you?
You're an evil rapist.
You know me well.
Takes one to know one.
Anyway, Tectone got booted.
We have terminated our relationship with Tectone, Mythic Talent. Who the heck is Mythic Talent, by the way? I've been seeing that. Mythic Talent. What is this? Redefining talent management. Okay. They got talent managers now for online shit? For YouTube?
off his agency despite them initiating this.
It's an agency, bro. That's crazy. I didn't know people were doing this. I thought it was just, you know, like YouTubers were able to handle their own stuff without needing agency or whatever.
Several months ago.
Isn't Tectone like 40?
And the civil court finds that there's reasonable grounds to believe that the respondent committed SA as well as stalking. Tectone hit with a 10-year protective order in X's sexual assault case. The Travis County ruling requires Tectone, real name John Robertson, to stay 200 yards away from Pink Chew. Give up fire.
Dude, can you imagine the judges reading all these names and going like, yeah, I'm officially old because I didn't know parents were this dumb. I'm just kidding.
Her arms, delete her photos or videos, avoid all contact, and pay her 15 bans and legal fees. It runs until January 23rd. The judge found reasonable grounds under civil law's lower evidence standard, with no criminal charges filed yet, despite evidence sent to prosecutors. Basically, he can't own guns for 10 years.
They're all mags. Stop saying clips. You look stupid here.
Still don't know who Tectone is? He's a former Genshin Impact content creator who lost all of his hair due to stress. Oh, and he's also 42 years old. Now, this isn't a criminal case. This was done in a civil trial, so apparently from what I hear, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, I'm a f***ing but the standard of evidence in a civil case is much lower. In criminal cases, it's evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And in civil cases, you know, it's the balance of probabilities, meaning more likely than not, 50%. Testimony alone can be sufficient in civil court if the judge finds it credible, consistent, and more believable than the defense's version. So labeling Tectone a is still inaccurate. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys and conceal my bias. I want Tectone to be innocent. I like the guy. I don't want him to be a but at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and carry water for Tectone and the girl with information I don't have, calling her a liar.
Okay, well, anyways, that's pretty much the whole gist of it. Tectone is in some, you know, kind of like hot waters. But I mean, honestly, in this day and age, especially online, people will just kind of like excuse anything and move on. Even though, you know, some shit's pretty insane and kind of bad to forget and kind of like excuse some these creators the shit that they do. Whoa, chill. Never mind, don't chill. Come here. I'm gonna take you out. Yes! That's the first time I do that. Okay, cool. But yeah, they're using that drama, and they're getting something that Ethan said last year when the whole drama with iDubbbz was going on and creator clash, and they're inputting it into something completely unrelatable and saying that, hey guys, Ethan Klein supports Tectone. You know, the guy that has a father that apparently raped a bunch of people or something like that. Or was a serious graper. Which is typical Snarker stuff. But even for them, man, like they're not even getting creative anymore. Let me come here. Okay, whatever. Well, anyways, that's pretty much what's going on with Ethan. Where am I? But that's the only thing I've seen that people are saying about Ethan. It's just because of this one story that he uploaded. But yeah, pretty crazy. Okay, let me just lock in real quick, because this is driving me crazy that I can't get a hang of the aim. I don't know how I did that. Alright, come on. You see, the right stick turns way too fast. But not as in sensitivity, as in I barely touch it and it like keeps going. I don't know how to explain it. Okay, now that I've gone over both of the other stuff, I want to cover major breaking news. These have references to Trump. You know, it's pretty disheartening seeing MAGA still not give up on Trump even after his name is implicated in the files like a bunch of times.
38,000 references to Donald Trump in the partial
38,000, and the people who are defending that are like, well, we don't know the context to him. And it's like, dude, just being in there should be enough for everybody, right? Or am I tripping? Okay, cool.
release of Epstein files on Friday. I say partial release because only 3 million documents have been produced. We believe there may be as many as 3 million more documents.
And apparently, according to the DOJ, that's it. We're not releasing any more. This is pretty much it. This is all we were legally obligated to release. They're not even releasing the whole thing. And it's like, honestly, why don't they just go over it, make a list of the people that are in there, and then just right next to it being like, this is what the file said that they were a part of, or this is the way they're implicated in. Wouldn't that be nice? It's a little, whoa, what is this? What is this? I don't know what that was. Is there another Black Widow? Or was that me? I don't understand anything.
Perhaps 50 million pages that are still being hidden. And based on my experience as a litigator, I believe the most devastating documents have not yet been produced, but there have been bombshells. As noted just moments ago, 38,000 references to Donald Trump. He appears in 5,000 separate files in some of the most grotesque and vile ways. But Donald Trump says it is a complete vindication of him when it isn't. When you actually look at these files, the cabal that Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans were talking about, well, turns out it's in the White House right now. Howard Lutnick is all over it. Elon Musk is all over it. Peter Thiel is all over it. The whole crew is mentioned. Oh, Steve Bannon was having like daily conversations with Epstein. It's all right there. And for me, not getting conspiratorial, I'm just going to read the documents and share with you what they say. And I'll be clear, some of them are just allegations. Some of them are statements of contemporaneous writings between Epstein and others. You form your own opinions, but these are the documents. These are the emails. These are the confidential informant reports. We'll go through them again, but we've done some deep dives here on the Midas Touch Network where we've gone over extensively the 3 million documents that have been produced. We'll talk about
3 million documents. Even if they were being honest about it and about the release and all that stuff, obviously they know who's going to go over 3 million documents, right? I'm talking about them, like the DOJ themselves. Apparently they got a bunch of people working on it day and night. They said that about... Hold on, let me take care of this guy real quick. No. Come here. No! Yes! Okay, that was cool. I'm not saying I'm getting better, but I'm saying I am understanding just a little more how to handle the controls. And then it's not that they're sensitive, it's just they go crazy. What is this? Can I zoom in? I cannot zoom in, right? No, I can't. Okay. Hold on. Come here. Don't move. I don't know if this is like a one shot. I haven't used it. It hasn't landed on anybody. That was so trash, bro. That was insanely trash. This character does suck. No! Okay.
Donald Trump shutting down the Kennedy Center after staff has been quitting, performers have been canceling their shows, and no one has been showing up to attend. Donald Trump took a crown jewel of Washington, D.C., a true treasure, and in record time, he destroyed it by vandalizing it with putting his name on it. Will cover that. We should talk about this massive victory for Democrats in Texas. Texas State Senate District number 9 had a special election that oddly took place on a Saturday when nobody was expecting it, except if you live in Texas. But it was very much hyped up in Texas. There was not a low voter turnout. There was a high turnout, but independents and Republicans voted Democrat. Taylor Remitt, the Democratic candidate, union worker who fought for workers' rights and affordability, won by +14 in what was previously a +17 Trump district. That's a +31 overperformance by Democrats. And then Donald Trump's like, I don't even know who the candidate is. Lee Wamgans, the MAGA Republican, who's that? Donald Trump continued to endorse her over and over again, and now pretends that he didn't even know who the Republican candidate was there. That's a little bit of insight into the future, MAGA Republicans, and actually it's a blast from the past, because this is what Trump does. He uses you, abuses.
We got victory once again. I've just been part of teams that actually know what they're doing. I promise I'm trying to get the hang of Black Widow, but man, I don't even know what else she does. Is she supposed to be able to do something else? What is this? Obviously, I'm the one with the least amount of kills. Hey, my accuracy rose. Okay. Final hits 4. How come it only says I got 1? Bro, I helped out 3 people at least. An upvote? Yeah! Woo! Or is that me? You received... Oh, yeah. I don't even know what that means. How can I do that? How do I upvote? How do I upvote people? Okay. It's taking forever.
You and then throws you under the bus. We'll also talk about the Wall Street Journal exclusive about how Trump and Witkoff's company, World Liberty Financial, it's like the Trump kids and the Witkoff kids are in this company together. And they got $500 million from the United Arab Emirates.
I honestly used to think that Barron was going to save us all. Secretly Melania was, raising him to be a good, honest person. The complete opposite of his father. I honestly believe that. And I thought, Barron, he's going to save us. But I've given up on that. I don't believe that anymore. I thought this was McCallaway Culkin.
And this was before there was even a product that existed in this company. So it was basically money that went directly to the Trumps and Witkoffs. And then shortly thereafter, during the Trump term so far, Trump gave the United Arab Emirates access to the most highly classified semiconductor chips that the United States has that no prior American administration would even think about giving to the United Arab Emirates. And then
honestly, it's Jesus Christ. This is the most gooner material I've seen in a game that I've played in a game. Look at the thunder thighs on who is this? Is that Emma Frost? She has icicles on her as those shoulder pad thingies. Okay, I'm guessing that's Emma Frost. Damn. Anyways, what was I saying? I got distracted by the thunder thighs. What was I saying? I don't know.
Earlier today, Donald Trump's...
Oh, right. Doesn't it feel like we're kind of being left to fend for ourselves? In the future? No one likes us. I mean, people didn't like us already, right? Other countries didn't like us already. Whoa, 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 whoa! Come here, come here, come here. But, the whole wanting to take over Greenland, that would have, NATO would have, abandoned us, okay? I don't know. It feels like we're getting crippled. Crippled?
Said, I know nothing about it. I know.
And listen to this, okay? Come midterms. If the Dems don't get the House back, I mean, everybody's cooked, right? Everybody knows this. But let's say that they do. There's no way the Dems are gonna be able to impeach him. I just know it. Okay. He will abandon us. Okay. And I just know he's still gonna get defended, but I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now. I wish I wasn't a normal person with normal, decent morals. I'd be betting on that one betting site where you can just literally bet on anything. Like anything. It exists, you can bet on it. You can bet against it, you can bet for it. Oh, damn. Team Golden Pro, I don't know what that means. You can heal? I don't know what that means. How can I heal? Oh, I can do other stuff. I didn't know that. Hold on, RB. I'm holding RB. Okay. Hold on, I kind of want to like try my kick. I didn't even know I could kick. Oh! I don't know how I did that.
Oh, they like Bitcoin, but I know not what? What are we talking about here? I know nothing about it. Talk about that and more here on the Midas Judge podcast. I'm Ben Mycelis, joined by Brett and Jordy Brothers. How are you doing?
Doing great, Ben, doing great. Jordy, doing great. Midas Mighty, it's great.
I'm not gonna watch this anymore. I thought he was gonna. I'm okay with it. Appears. President Trump signs executive orders and takes reporters. You know what? It's like I'm actually. I do want to look this up. The whole Shardy thing. Trump farts. I know there's a lot. Who is this? Christy Yamaguchi Main. I don't know what that name means. I know there's a lot going on right now, but why the hell didn't anybody tell me? Trump sharded on live TV. Okay.
Mr. President, can you
This is the video that I just watched, so I don't know
Chemists
what they're talking
coming up
about.
with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
Okay, yes,
We're going
we already went over
proactive
that.
on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. Doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ICE's attactics are too aggressive? Photographers, reporters, we're done. Thank you. Cameras, we're going. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah. Are we gonna flip with it?
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
What are you talking about? I've listened a few times and hear nothing. Yeah, that's scheduled appointment. Can you imagine getting mad because someone can't hear a part? To the sound of sharding, you didn't even notice it anymore. Like people, I've gone through Twitter because I wasn't on Twitter. I got banned. I got banned on Apex Legends. Has nothing to do with Twitter. Jesus. Anyways, it is a complete hellhole of opinions. Like, I hadn't experienced this amount of toxicity in a social media app since, since when? I want to say, since this morning on Instagram. 3 seconds in. Okay. There we go. 3 seconds in.
New opioids faster than the government has been.
I heard it! Oh my goodness, I heard it! Okay. I just needed somebody to like pinpoint exactly where it was at. Hold up. Oh my goodness, I'm playing Marvel Rivals while I listen to our President of the United States. Who's that laughing at? Is that laughing at me? Shart. Hold up, bro. Hold up.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
Yo, Yo.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going
Bro,
proactive
no
on these
way.
chemicals.
Was that even him?
No, he
How do
did
we know that it was
fantastic
him?
things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank
Hold
you.
on. How do we know that it was him? Why are we counting this loser out? Hold on. Why are we counting Junior out right here? Huh? How do we know it wasn't him? How do we know it wasn't the brain worm? Because it sounded like a tiny fart. How do we know it wasn't RFK's brain worm? Huh? Why do we go for the oldest guy in the room right away? Isn't that ageism? No, I'm obviously gonna also say that. No, you know what? I'm not gonna say that it was definitely Trump. I don't know. I don't know who it was. It's funny to think that it was Trump, but I mean, is this gonna get checked? Are we gonna say, definitively that it was bro?
Fantastic.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're coming up with new opioids faster than the government.
Bro! Okay, hold on. I'm tripping out about this.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government.
Nobody reacted in any way. Like, you would have thought that somebody would have gone like this, oh, what did I just do? Like, if it was them. Is Trump really that nonchalant? You see what I'm telling you? Like, I'm trying to turn, but it goes crazy. Just one more time.
With new opioids faster than the government has.
Bro! Or did Pam Bondi look at Trump?
Coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. Coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. We gotta analyze this properly. Okay, context of the room. Nobody seems to react, okay? If the mic picked it up, then I'm pretty sure it was audible enough for anybody else to hear, right? That's common sense. That's pretty logical to think.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has.
Okay, bro did not react.
Up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to.
She's closing her eyes and she's kind of turning towards Trump. But maybe that's just because of what bro on the left over here is telling him. Oh man, this is pretty hard. Let me get Rogue real quick. Okay. What is that? I can't climb buildings. I can't do anything with Black Widow, bro. Is that Nalia from JJK? Okay. This thing's getting itchy. I was working with some insulation today, and I guess I did not take it all off. Okay, hold on.
Keep up. We're going pro.
Okay, maybe she's looking up, she's looking down, and she's like, did this dude really just fart?
Active on these new chemicals.
That's good.
And she's turning back to bro. I don't know. That one doesn't seem. I don't know. I can't say definitively that Trump really let one out like that. Oh, come on, bro. Who's shooting at me? Bro, I can barely do anything. Why are you guys going ham at me? Okay, hold on. I can do this. No, I can't. Somebody's flying over there. So I'm a sniper. You know what? I'm going to position myself. I'm going to find a good spot. And I'm just going to start sniping people. I can't get on top of this. What is the point of this map what is the point of having these type of snipers that are kind of a little bit useless if I can't get on top of everything? Okay, I can't even zoom. Somehow I was able to help bro take that one out, but okay. Come on. What is that? Is that Ultron? I don't know how I did that. Okay, okay. Let's try to go for seconds. Nope. Someone's focusing on me. Okay. Yeah, okay. Alright, alright. I'm not doing too bad.
No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it.
Okay, it was definitely Trump. It was definitely Trump, and that's why he cut the meeting short. I was thinking maybe he cut it short because he also heard the fart, and he doesn't want to get made fun of, and he doesn't want people to think that it was him. But no, it was definitely him. Because
Chemists are coming up with new opioids
I
faster
think,
than the government has been able to keep.
First of all, he looks up. Did you see that? Did you guys catch that?
Opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
Hold on. Did I actually catch that?
Are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
You see how he looks to the side? Ah, you can't really see it because
We're going proactive. Chemists.
Is that it? Okay.
Are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
Did you see that? Oh, you can't see it. I feel like that one teacher from The Incredibles.
We're going proactive. Chemists are
look at his
coming
eyes.
up
Look at his
with
eyes.
new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up.
No? Is it just me? Am I going crazy? It was definitely Trump. Dude. That's so embarrassing. Is bro losing it? With the Nikusi? With the, he won't give up on that toupee? It would have been funnier if it was RFK, to be honest. That would have been way funnier. Look at her. She's kind of... Oh, she's disgusted, bro. It was definitely Donnie over here.
We're going proactive.
Oh, she can barely stand it.
On these new chemicals.
It went directly to her. Like, you could maybe say, no, bro, it went to the side. It can't go directly to RFK. There's no way out. So this lethal toxin was released to one side. We can't see this guy's reaction over here on this side, can we?
Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
He's holding his breath. You can tell that he's holding his breath. She's like wincing, right? Ah, dude. Hold on. Okay.
Chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able.
Because her face is kind of normal before that happened. And right here, she can smell it. With that big nose, she's probably like, what was that?
Proactive.
Oh, dude, this is so embarrassing. I hate to be in that spot. One time when I was in high school, I had a period class where it was all girls, and I was kind of like the only guy. And I felt pretty cool, right? Anyways, I farted, and it was loud. Like, there was no hiding it. There was no trying to play it off. Nothing. Like, we were all talking, and we were all cool, conversing. As soon as I let it rip, we all got quiet. Like, the whole classroom got quiet. The whole classroom, like, heard it. But everybody was so cool, they didn't laugh or anything. It was just awkward. Anyways, I was so embarrassed. I literally convinced my mom to go down to the school and have the vice principal or the counselor, I don't know who was in charge of that, but I had him switch classes. I had him switch my class. It was like the last period also. So the day would have the day ended on me letting one rip. And yeah, I ended up switching classes. And I wonder if the equivalent of me doing that, like the parallel, is Trump is going to actually bomb Iran because of the embarrassment.
These new chemicals.
That's great. No.
This is crazy. It didn't go directly to RFK. It escaped on the side, and it came up all up in Miss Lady over here. And I just know maybe, bro. Oh, dude is definitely smelling it also. I don't know about Pam. Oh, he can definitely smell it also. Everybody's smelling it now. That's when he started freaking out. And he was like, all right, I'm going to have to kick everybody out because I felt it. There's some liquid there. So you know what? I'm going to have to. Oh my goodness. I can phantom smell it. Oh, it stinks. Or maybe that was just me.
Fantastic things. Thank you all very much.
Now it's even funnier that, given the context, he's trying to get everybody out as fast as possible because he knows he has to poop.
Really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic.
Oh, he probably didn't even want to touch him. She's grossed out right now. She's like, bro, why would you touch him? She's like, please don't shake my hand. I hadn't seen RFK. Yo. RFK's like, bro, are you okay? Everybody heard it. You know that, right? Everybody, he's like telepathically. Okay, telepathically. He's sending messages through his mind with his brain worm. He's able to send messages. He's like, you know, everybody heard that, right? And that's why Trump's like ending the whole thing sooner than later, early.
Thank you all very much.
I thought people were talking about the cough.
He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
That cough, I thought, is that what people are hearing? Because that just sounds like a cough. But no, bro. It is quite literally
opioids faster than the government has.
That's so crazy. Did you guys see how he looks to the side? That was definitely him. Okay, I'm not going crazy. I saw it.
It's been able to keep up.
We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Oh, I just know bro can fucking smell that thing. I think he smelled it before it even came out. Oh yeah, she definitely did also. She's wincing, bro. He's like, please don't shake my hand.
We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz.
He got out of the way. He's like, yeah.
Doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Now her. Oh yeah, she's grossed out right now. Now this is actually funny. I didn't think it was that funny before I actually heard the actual fart, but now that I got the full context and the whole audio, now this is pretty funny.
Thank you.
Oh, she's tasting it, bro. Ugh. I wonder how bad it smells.
Mr. President, can you
Oh man, no. Ooh, no.
respond to the new Fox poll that says
He's just chilling. He's like, oh, guys, please get out of here. Like, I'm trying to change.
people think ICE is a tactic?
Oh my goodness, it's potent. You can tell it's potent. He's also wincing. Oh, they're all wincing now. Am I using the correct word? Wincing? I don't even know how to spell it. Shit. Reacting with this. Ah, look at that. Yes. Okay. I'm very glad I'm not that retarded.
Just announced that.
Oh, I went back. Where's X? This is hilarious. Okay. I want to see what people are saying. Dude, 206K views today. That's because you don't want to hear anything. His time is drawing. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm telling you. Sleepy Joe 2.0. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. This is insane. I'm going to like it. Ew. Hold on. I want to see. I just want to see the coping. Yes! That is literally what I was picturing. I was literally picturing Ariana, bro. And I couldn't think of from where. This is Saturday Night Live, right? Or maybe I'm wrong. I was definitely thinking of like these expressions. Peepaw got the stink. My nose is burning. She actually was itching her nose. She was signaling to the aides to get the person out of the room. Bad news, LeBron. Dog. Like, it just happened today. How are you people so fast? Well, now this might be the Did this really happen? Or is this AI? No. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she was tasting it. Right after he says opioids faster at the very beginning, you can definitely hear it. Maybe that's why nothing was making sense, because everybody heard the fart and they didn't even know what to do or say anymore. Because, like, what do you mean chemists are coming up with opioids faster than... But he was saying it so nonchalantly. Like, it sounded like a positive thing. That's why I was tripping out. I was like, what do you mean? Are we making them? Who's the chemist? The stories we're going to hear about this guy once... Is it after? So that's why he has a brown share. Not that creative. Dude audibly shit his pants and it doesn't even break the top 100 most disgusting things I learned about the rich this week. That's true. Kennedy was so... You can tell... Yes, bro. Like, he was actually... I think he was actually disgusted. It hit him, but it hit him after it hit her.
Faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new...
Now that I know exactly when it happens, that's... Oh, dude, that's so funny.
No,
It's
I
coming
hear
up, and
fantastic
she can
things.
smell it right there. Oh, man. Ew.
Thank you all very
Oh, no! Yo. The longer I watch this, the funnier and the more things I realize about it.
No, I hear fantastic things.
Okay. Look. It already happened.
Faster than the government
Right there.
has been able to keep...
And I think maybe they heard it, but the
We're
smell.
going proactive on these new
Look,
chemicals.
check it out.
That's good. No, I
That's
hear
where the smell
fantastic
hits her.
things. Thank you all.
Ooh. It was potent, bro. It was potent. You don't wince at... Because you can fart, and there's farts that aren't too bad, where you'll be like, oh, bro, like, please, like, crack open a window or something. I got buddies whose farts are so crazy, they're not exactly disgusting. They're like it hits you like a truck. And, you know, I've also done it before, but I think mine smell like roses. But, bro, these are the types. This is the type where you literally catch yourself disgusted, and that's why they can't hold their faces in. I think it hit RFK at this point.
Very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
He's like, did you really just do that?
He's doing a fantastic...
Oh, no, you know she's tripping out about him touching. Because you know these freaks are probably like clean freaks.
Thank you all very
Especially
much.
this guy. Nah, just kidding. RFK's like the grossest one in the room. Even after this. No, I'm not going to say that. Okay, RFK's definitely like the second grossest guy in the room. After the fart.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Please.
No explanation, no nothing. They were still going to ask questions. He's like, guys, I'm going to need y'all to get the fuck out of here.
Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ICE's tactics are too aggressive? Photographers, reporters, we're done. Thank you. Cameras, we're going.
It's so hectic.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Somebody should have called it out. Why are you people so scared of this guy? Why didn't anybody say, did you just fart? That would have been, oh my goodness, you probably would have gotten by the CIA or the FBI or something. But man, you would have gone down in history as the bravest soul in the U.S. Well, that's hilarious. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Now, so this is Tom. This video is titled My Side. So Tom just went through some serious drama. Just kidding. It's typical YouTube drama, right? And, you know, exes talking and saying stuff about, you know, their exes, like, time after they're done. We've heard this type of tale so many times. But apparently this guy's a freak, okay? So he's going to talk about his side because his exes were saying that this guy was into some seriously messed up things. So we're going to hear his side.
I'm sorry that this response took so long.
Oh, also, apparently he has a hog. That's just what one of his exes said. Or no, he said to one of his exes, and the ex did not say otherwise. So actually, this is also what he said, not exactly what other people said.
I wanted to make sure I had all the facts together before.
All the facts together? This was about you. What do you mean facts? This was about you. You're the freak, allegedly. Should I say allegedly? No, you're a freak. That's not... Is it? No, that's not defamatory. You're a freak. Allegedly.
Saying anything. Recently, I've been accused by an ex-girlfriend, along with an ex-partner, of non-consensually filming sexual encounters.
Oh, you see? I did not read that. Okay.
Being so rough and inconsiderate during sexual encounters that it bordered on assault, encouraging eating disorders, being into age play.
Okay, listen. I'm not on his side. I'm not defending him. But already, this seems like a good response because he's putting out there exactly what the ex was saying about him or accusing him of. The whole taking away consent, like a long time after whatever happened, it's some pretty, like, honestly, I personally don't know how to feel about it because I'm super pro, not only, how do I word this? Like, I'm more inclined to believe women. I'm not a feminist. Well, actually, no, I kind of am a feminist because I believe that women's rights are equal to men's, and I'm pro-choice and all that stuff. Listen, I'm not like this crazy feminist guy. I'm just saying that whole aspect of consent, like, you know, is someone able to take it away a long time after it happened? I don't think that should be... I don't think that's fair. That's what I'm going to say. I don't think it's fair to take away consent after you've given it. Like, and I'm not even talking about, like, in the moment. In the moment, oh yeah, definitely. If you feel like you're not cool with something, yeah, take it away. And then what happens after, obviously, whatever, right? But, like... Jesus. But like a year or whatever after it happened... Okay, I need to take this. Hold on, babe, hold on. Let me... Hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, wait a minute, I could just do this. Anyways, before I was rudely interrupted. Just kidding.
Along with a litany of other completely baseless, false accusations. The two women who are accusing me, Sacramento89, real name Rowan, and Left 4 Dead, real name Katie, took to gossip forum Kiwi Farms to post the accusation.
Ever since I heard, like, what he's being accused of, I don't know. It does seem like he would be the type of guy that, you know, gets freaky when the time is appropriate. But who isn't, right? I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not on his side. But I'm also neither on the ex's side. I don't know.
Along with carefully cherry-picked screenshots to back up their claims. These claims aren't super difficult to debunk just because of the overwhelming amount of evidence I have on my side.
Okay. What could that mean? That could mean that he has written consent, like typed out, maybe. What if he has videos and it's them giving consent? Wouldn't that be kind of like risky?
Without further ado, let's start with Sacramento or Rowan. This is a girl I dated for about 7 months, from May of 2025 until January 10th of 2026. 4 days later, she made her first post. Here, she alleges that I am a real freak and like to...
Okay, that could be taken as a compliment? No.
Quote, record sexual encounters without asking for consent.
Not in that context, though.
This is blatantly untrue. I have never recorded any sexual encounter without explicit consent. As a matter of fact, with Rowan...
Okay, so he has, but he's had consent. Okay. He's had consent from the other party. Okay. He has, but he hasn't done it without their permission. Okay.
Rowan, she was the one who initiated the idea of filming sex acts in the first place.
That is a very important factor. That is a very important part. You should get those meta glasses when you crack. Oh my goodness. For what? Cracking time. Yep. Good night. Good night, everyone. That's it. It's kind of boring. You two don't let the big book. Okay. Is this AI, bro? What is this? This doesn't seem... Okay.
Tuesday, August 19th, after 3 months of knowing each other and being sexually active, Rowan texted me saying, you should get those meta glasses when you crack me. I responded by saying, for what? And she answers again, cracking time, alluding to...
Is this even real? Am I tripping?
To me filming her with the glasses onboard camera. Now, at the time, I did not feed into this. I did not show enthusiasm. I didn't even agree to get the glasses. I just responded and said, good night, sweet dreams. So 1 whole week goes by without us talking about it whatsoever, and then on August 25th, Rowan texts me saying, you should get those meta things for real. So I respond by saying, I think I'm going to avoid filming anything involving sex for a while, showing that I am clearly not the person interested in filming our sexual encounters. She is. As you can see in the text, even when I say I don't want to film us having sex, she pushes the issue. Now, to be clear, we did eventually take videos of ourselves being intimate, but I was given explicit consent every single time. And on a few occasions, she even took the phone out of my hand and was holding it while filming us. To be clear, there was never a tripod or a hidden camera. It was always handheld, and in every single video, she was clearly aware of the camera, making eye contact with the camera lens. Also, on September 8th, Rowan texts me, I do miss it though, in regards to our sexual interactions. She follows it up by saying, send the videos. Keep in mind, these are videos that she claims in present day were taken without her consent. She then goes on to say, and I quote, I will watch them and keep them close to my heart, clearly indicating she has no problem whatsoever with them existing. I'm an extremely paranoid person when it comes to my personal life and my sex life and my dating life. As a public figure,
I feel like I've heard Tom, because I haven't watched any of his videos lately, but I feel like I've heard Tom talk about his... Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm...
Figure, I just like to keep my private life private. So I was very hesitant to send Rowan any sexual videos we had taken. However, I did send her one single still image from one of the videos where my face is obscured. I guess there was some lingering thought in the back of my mind that if her accounts were not locked down super well, and if she had been hacked, then the videos could have been made public. Now, there's an implication she makes a few different times that I'm basically blackmailing her with these videos.
Somebody asked if you had any intention of getting any sort of like law enforcement involved, but I feel like you answered this where you just want to try to compel him to delete whatever he has on you, and that's like the extent of your interest.
Yeah. And if he doesn't, I don't know. I'm kind of confused about what to do, but we'll see.
At no point anywhere did Rowan provide any proof of me threatening to release these videos of us having sex, or threatening to send them anywhere. So she has no reason to believe that I would ever release them. The idea that I, a person who makes a living as a public figure, would publicly release videos of me fucking my ex-girlfriend to get back at her is so insane. Not only would that incur reputational harm beyond belief, but also serious legal consequences. The only person who has ever sent an image of us having sex to anyone is, ironically, Rowan. Days after I broke up with her, she, without my consent, sent the only image she has of us having sex to the owner of Kiwi Farms. Here, listen to him describe it.
Oh, and one other thing, I forgot about this, but you actually, Sacramento had sent me a picture that was like censored. Apparently the only picture that he would send you is one where his face isn't clearly visible in it, but you can, I can tell the desk, like his computer is moved onto the table, but I can still see like the monster is like on the cozy that's like on the table, like in the exact same position. So I can tell that's clearly his desk.
I guess I just find it ironic that someone who's accusing me of blackmailing her with her nudes literally sent a picture of us having sex to a man that she has never met. Now, Josh recounts seeing this image and talks about how hard it looks like.
Okay, so she sent him to a guy that... Why are you here? Oh, I thought it was an enemy. From, what was it? Wait, what did he say? Was it a moderator? You know what? Doesn't matter. I believe Tom. I'm gonna say it. I believe Tom.
I was grabbing Rowan on the mouth, essentially using it as evidence to support another claim she makes that I am too rough during sex, which I find very interesting because after I sent Rowan this photo, she texted me saying, "I like when you cover my mouth like that." Again, she texts me asking me to send her the videos, and she says, "Yeah, whenever you're not locked in, send the videos. It will fix me for about a week. Goon sash." This is clear evidence that she has no problem with these videos existing. To this day, she has provided zero proof that the videos were recorded non-consensually, or that I was blackmailing her with them, or that I had any intention of sending them to anyone. Reason being, I never did any of those things. In Rowan's interview, she claims that I never asked for consent to film these sex acts, and says that she wouldn't notice I was filming until 30 seconds to 1 minute into it.
I'm not sure of an exact date, but maybe like 2 or 3.
I believe Tom, and I'm gonna say because he didn't take too long to respond, and I believe him. I was being dumb, but he was probably just getting all the texts and making the video and, you know, organizing it and recording himself, and he's putting good points out there. Like, yeah, why would she send it to that guy from Kiwi Farms? Just like, what? It was of her. And knowing what Kiwi Farms peoples are like, yeah, no, that doesn't. That's the part that got me thinking, like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would she do that to herself, pretty much?
3 months into our relationship, he never asked me.
Asking me to send her the videos, and she says, "Yeah, whenever you're not locked in, send the videos. It will fix me for about a week. Goon sash." This is clear evidence that she has no problem with these videos existing. To this day, she has provided zero proof that the videos were recorded non-consensual, that I am too rough during sex, which I find very interesting because after I sent Rowan this photo, she texted me saying, "I like when you cover my mouth like that." Again, she texted me asking me to send
Hold on.
image she has of us having sex to the owner of Kiwi Farms. Here, listen to him describe it.
Oh, and one other thing, I forgot about this, but you actually...
Dude, there's no way she would send that. There's no way she would send that to a guy, to a gooner. Pretty much. I don't know if they are. I'm just saying. Kiwi Farms? I mean, come on.
Sacramento had sent me a picture that was like censored. Apparently the only picture that he would send you is one where his face isn't clearly visible in it, but you can, I can tell the desk, like his computer is moved onto the table, but I can still see like the monster is like on the cozy that's like on the table, like in the exact same position. So I can tell that's clearly his desk.
I guess I just find it ironic that someone who's accusing me of blackmailing her with her nudes literally sent a picture of us having sex to a man that she hasn't.
Like, she's doing exactly what she's accusing Tom of doing. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Chill. Damn.
Never met. Now, Josh recounts seeing this image and talks about how hard it looks like I was grabbing Rowan on the mouth, essentially using it as evidence to support another claim she makes that I am too rough during sex, which I find very interesting because after I sent Rowan this photo, she texted me saying, "I like when you cover my mouth like that." Again, she texts me asking me to send her the videos, and she says, "Yeah, whenever you're not locked in, send the videos. It will fix me for about a week. Goon sash." This is clear evidence that she has no problem with these videos existing. To this day, she has provided zero proof that the videos were recorded non-consensually, or that I was blackmailing her with them, or that I had any intention of sending them to anyone. Reason being, I never did any of those things. In Rowan's interview, she claims that I never asked for consent to film these sex acts, and says that she wouldn't notice I was filming until 30 seconds to 1 minute into it.
I'm not sure of an exact date, but maybe like 2 or 3 months into our relationship, he would, like, he never asked me. He would just pull out his phone and record.
If the texts that Tom just showed are real, then nothing this girl says is going to be believable. Because she lied about a very important... Holy crap, holy crap. Oh, I thought she was looking at me. That thing. It scares me.
And I wouldn't notice until maybe 30 seconds in a minute or a minute into it.
Now, I obviously can't and would never show these videos to anyone, but in them, it's undeniable that she is staring directly into the camera from the moment the video starts. She never once questions why I'm filming or what I'm doing, because the reality is that every single time we recorded, I had explicit permission. Ask yourself, how could she possibly have never consented to filming when she's literally holding my phone next to her face as she sucks my dick? In the interview, she says that what really concerns her is that I wouldn't send her any of the sexual videos we took.
I had asked him multiple times if he could please send me the videos, so like he's not the only one who has videos of me naked, and he either ignored the question or was just like, no.
As I said earlier, I was paranoid to send these videos to anyone, even her, for fear of them leaking. Weirdly, in messages at the time, she seems to actually get it, saying, I want to see them videos, goon time, before following up by saying that she actually understands why I'm scared to send them to her. Now we're going to fast forward to October 17th in our text, and Rowan says, do you ever go back and watch our videos? And I reply, yes, I do sometimes, actually. Rowan responds that she's thinking about that right now, and then says, quote, need that big white cock. It's also kind of strange to me that at the time she referred to...
Okay, so I guess those allegations are true. Hey, good for bro.
Them as our videos, but in the present, she's claiming she doesn't even want them to exist. On November 6th, Rowan asked me why I never ask her for nudes. I say I have a bunch of videos already, and that's why. She does not express that she has a problem with me having the videos. She doesn't complain about it. She doesn't say they were taken without her consent. In fact, throughout the entire relationship, she was sending me nude photos of herself unsolicited every single month. Why would you send nude photos of yourself to someone you think could use them against you? Rowan personally posted dozens of screenshots of our texts, and not a single one shows her bringing up any of the videos being non-consensual. Another interesting fact is that during our breakup, she texted me a pros and cons list, which she apparently had written about me on January 4th of 2026. And in the cons section, she complains about a lot of things, but she doesn't mention non-consensual videos whatsoever. With that out of the way, we can move on to Rowan's claim that I was sexually abusive towards her. In that same pros and cons list, Rowan wrote, says he likes hurting me during sex and making me bleed.
Okay, hold on. Again, if what Tom showed is real, it's not AI, it's not none of that, bro, that girl is cooked. There's no way she's telling the truth.
This also reflects her public claims about me, but the great irony is that I never even...
And I'm saying this based off of just that one text thread that he showed.
Said this. She did. On September 14th, 2025, Rowan sent me a text saying, quote, I'm such a freak. I like when it hurts and bleeds after. Something Wong. In one of her public-facing posts about me, she posts an interaction which reads as follows. She says, quote, like, we don't need to do it 3 times in one day, or do it so hard I hurt and bleed. And I said, well, if you don't want to have as much sex, we don't gotta. We can do other things. And she says, okay.
So he's saying, hey, we'll do whatever you feel comfortable with doing.
Like doing other things too. The way this screenshot is cropped, it comes across like I'm some just super callous freak who's brutally jackhammering her vagina like Steve mining diamonds. But in the full uncropped screenshot, her immediate response to me after...
Okay, hold on. Do I read it like a manga? Or... Okay. No, damn. I mean, obviously we still can. It's okay. Okay? Like, we don't need to do it 3 times in one day. Or do it so hard I hurt and bleed. Well, if you don't want to have as much, we don't gotta, we can do other things. Okay, I like doing other things too. For the record, you are just as lustful in this regard as I am. I am not alone. Hey. What? You see that right there? I believe this guy 100% now. Because of that first text that he showed and because of this text that she sent. The BW Jeez. But I also wanted to still be special in the future when we are more serious. I know it has. But yeah, I do consider silly. I don't consider it fleeting or silly. I do too. I always miss it.
That is,
I don't know, man.
I'm a freak.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it. It's pretty unfair. It's kind of fucked up also to like take consent away, like a long time after giving it. Like in the moment, it's different. If in the moment you don't feel comfortable and you take it away, okay, that makes sense. But after a while, man, like what are you doing? That's not fair. What if they do it to you? Huh? What if I just start taking consent away from the you know what? I'm gonna stop talking.
I say this, and as soon as I see you, I'm going to be freaky again. I can't resist. In the interview, she elaborates on this even more, specifically claiming that she would bleed almost every time we had sex.
Okay, and you would bleed the
Yes.
same? And you didn't stop?
Yeah, I would bleed almost every time.
This is just blatantly untrue as well, and it's easy to see by going through our text messages. On August 17th of 2025, the day after my birthday, Rowan and I were planning to go to Mass, and she wanted to have sex with me. So she texted me saying, "Tom, I started my period." I was driving, so I couldn't say much, but I replied by saying, "That sucks, I'm 40 minutes away." She follows up by asking me if I mind getting my sword bloody, and I say I'll be okay. So if it wasn't already clear, she's asking me if I'm okay with getting blood on my dick. Why would this be...
This is very graphic.
Something she's even asking, if every time we have sex, I'm making her bleed. Keep in mind, this is months into us going out and being sexually active, and she's still worried that the idea of bleeding during sex would gross me out. Now, as soon as she began posting about me, people...
Bro's got to rant. No, I'm not going to say that, but maybe bro has his red wings. Who knows? Maybe he's the top chief.
People were naturally perplexed by her claim that she was bleeding from sex every single time. They asked if she had some kind of medical problem, and she says, "I have no health issue that I know of, never bled during sex before. It was the aggression. Just gave into it after a while and told him I liked it, but I bled after almost every single time." I feel like most of this statement has already been dispelled, but even the smallest detail of no medical condition that I know of is also false. On September 24th of 2025, Rowan texted me saying that she's going to switch from her current birth control, Nexplanon, to the pill because she has month-long periods that cause her to bleed. So, regardless of sex, Rowan admittedly bleeds for an entire month at a time. One of Rowan's main criticisms is that I'm too rough. In fact, she describes our sexual interactions as intense, violent aggression every single time.
I genuinely did think that he would maybe change and stop being so aggressive, because he told me before that he would like kind of chill out, but he never did chill out, and it kept being the same.
She's lying.
Very intense, violent aggression every
It's the pauses after every word.
single time.
She also alleges that I hit, choked, and beat her without asking, essentially painting me as an abusive partner.
Unfortunately, I did still stay with him, and I know a lot of people seem to have a lot of questions about that, and honestly, you were completely correct to question my judgment as to why I stayed with him, even though he was, you know, hitting and choking and beating me.
There's this idea she's trying to paint that in the relationship, I was constantly pushing this rough, violative sex onto her, and even though she didn't like it and was being abused, she stayed with me. I've seen some people question her saying things like, well, if you hated it, why didn't you just leave? But realistically, sometimes people do stay with abusive partners, and I don't want to invalidate their stories through my response. The real reason that she didn't leave is because she loved having sex with me, and throughout our entire relationship was constantly begging me to validate her fantasies. In this first screenshot here, she expresses that she is a real freak and says that she wants me to kidnap her, even saying, "I want to be tied up, taken to the woods, and pounded, so maybe there's something wrong with me." I respond by saying that we should not have sex in the woods, and she says, "You nervous?" Right here in this next one, Rowan says, "I yearn to be manhandled and led across a dark room. That's why I like you. I reply saying, you are like a dungeon person. And she says, you are big like a caveman and I feel small next to you. In fact, anytime I wanted to have more loving, slow, I guess sensual intercourse with Rowan in the bedroom, she actually had a problem with that. I remember one specific instance where I was being more slow and sensual, and I remember her whispering in my ear saying, I want you to pound me. And that's probably why on June 5th, 2025,
there's a lot of pounding going on.
She texted me saying, I need to get face fucked for an hour. And
Jesus Christ, come on. Listen, this is all sounding pretty crazy in a good way, but bro, this is not a family channel. I mean YouTube. No, I got my settings to no kids. Okay, that's good. Never mind. We're all adults here.
I replied by saying, damn, exams suck. On June 7th, she texts me and says, I'm excited to get fucked borderline domestic violently. At one point in the interview, she states that one time I was angry at my ex-girlfriend, and that the next time we had sex, I was particularly aggressive. This is a very strange thing to accuse me of, given that on October 13th, Rowan says verbatim, sometimes I want to fight you just so you be more angry when you fuck me. She clarifies saying, I do like that though, even without the fighting. So at every opportunity, this girl is publicly saying, oh my god, look at all this horrible shit he did to me. And then she's texting me that she wants me to kidnap her, tie her up, and pound her in the woods. And if anyone is putting up any resistance to that, it's me. She once again lies about weird little things in the interview. Like she says that I was her second boyfriend.
He was my second boyfriend.
And when I heard this, I was very confused because she told me that I was her third. In my opinion, she said this to make herself seem less sexually experienced than she really is, to make the case stronger that I was taking advantage of her. Now, in this next post, she writes, again, I'm not alleging anything illegal, just that he would hit and choke because he was a super gooner. Sort of normalize it in my head, but it's definitely not okay to do that. So for information on how I supposedly normalize this behavior, let's go back to the beginning of our relationship and see what our conversations about sex were like. On Wednesday, May 14th, after only hanging out with Rowan once, she texted me saying she's excited to hang out with me again, and she already knows my penis is massive, without me saying anything sexual to her at this point. So as you might suspect, we did have intercourse on our second date, and after this first sexual encounter, Rowan texts me saying, quote, rape thing is so hot. I never did that before. You should tie me up next time.
What?
My response to this is consensual sex is good. And she says, you know what I meant by that. I don't know what to call it. So from the very first interaction we have, she calls our sex rape for some reason, saying how hot it is, to which I clarify that it was consensual, and she says, I know what you mean. And for the record, I never indulged in her fantasy to be tied up, just not something I was interested in any way. And we also never did anything in the woods, in case you're curious about that. To hammer this point home, let's go over some more texts where Rowan talks about sex. On Friday, May 16th, she texts me asking when I'm free and says that she needs my...
I'm just gonna say I believe, bro. That's enough of that. Weird.
Have y'all seen the...
I can talk about that when it's
And she says, I know what...
Like it's nobody's business, but I don't know. Hearing somebody else talk about it when I got nothing to do with it, ugh. It's like kind of icky. Oh, come on. Okay. Well, I've covered everything I wanted to cover, so now I'm just straight up gonna grind the shit out this game. Okie dokie. Yeah, boy. Alright. They say it can't be done. Well, guess what? I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try. Okay. I'm going to get good with Black Widow. Let's go one more round. Why not? Come on. What is that? Oh. Come on. Damn it, come on. Okay. Let's freaking do this, bro. Okay. Okay, I'm not a fast killer. I gotta take my time. No, 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 no. Yo! Damn. How do I... Okay, there we go. No, that's not what I wanted. I didn't kill anybody. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. I can do this. Come on. Okay, I just got here. I just got here. Very nice. The heck? Okay. Good vantage point. Where you guys at? I can't destroy that? Damn! I kind of want to change hero. No, no, no. I'm going to grind Black Widow. Where's everybody at? Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. I hear somebody else coming. Okay, okay. There we go. I need to get Jeff. Get Jeff. You'll be helping if you get Jeff. Ah, dude. I don't know who I took out. Oh. I'm gonna take out Jeff. Oh my goodness. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Come on. Yeah, boy. Oh, I was so close. It's okay. It's okay. Am I at CC level? Like, am I at least at her level of experience with Black Widow? Am I doing okay? Where's everybody at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Do a switch. It doesn't like to switch weapons. Okay. Okay. How come it switches fast here, but it doesn't switch when I need it to switch? Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. City boy. Ah, dummy. I won? Dude, I have no skill at all. Oh my goodness, I'm level 4. What is that? I don't know what this... I don't know what any of this means. Switch the... Okay. Okay. Switch the red rune rifle to destruction mode and unleash an electroplasma blast, damaging enemies within range and inflicting them with vulnerability. Additionally, leave a plasma pool on the ground to slow nearby enemies. Straight shooter. Switch the red rune rifle to sniper mode to fire hide. Wait, what? Oh. So it switches. So this is sniper, and this is a regular? I don't get that. Oh my goodness. I wish I could climb. Damn. Wait, what? What am I supposed to do with that? Attack? Whoa, 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 whoa. Chillax. No! Yo! Bro! They didn't have to aim at me. It's the rate of fire that sucks so much with this freaking character. Why would they give her a sniper? Okay, I know Moon Knight's after my ass. Bro, like... Okay. I can charge it. I'm so dumb. Okay, okay. That was for nothing, dude. Ah! I'm so bad at this freaking game. Okay, so Blade's pretty much gonna go for my... What the heck? My ping can't be that bad. Come on. No. Oh. Okay. Don't move. Don't move. Oh my goodness. Dude, why doesn't it switch? Damn. Damn it, Zaza. Oh, man. Damn it, Zaza. That's me. Because I'm Black Widow. Oh. Sorry. Let me play Widow next time. Wait. Vibes achieved. No, I will not let you play Widow. I'm gonna be Widow. Okay? I'm gonna avenge this character. I'm gonna rip it from the injustice that Zaza has bestowed upon this character. Difficulty 4 stars, you're damn right. It should be 5. What's the point of that? Okay. Okay. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I need to get better at aiming. I can't see her. Wait, what's up? Where's everybody at? Yeah, boy. Oh my goodness. Get out of my face, bro. Damn! Damn it, Zaza! I can't throw. There's no throwables or anything? Oh, you got it out for me, huh? Damn it! Yes! Oh. Okay. This is a good vantage point. Yeah, why can't I get on top? That's so dumb. I'm a sniper and I can't get on top of like actual vantage points. Come on, come here, come here, come here, come here. Yeah, boy! Okay, okay. I'm doing kind of better. No! No! Where'd I get health? Bro. Yeah, woo! 9 kills, bro. Come on. How come I'm getting no assists? What do the assists even mean? Damn. I received upvotes, bro. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Hey, I'm gonna say I'm getting kind of better with Black Widow. Is it because of Zaza? I can do this. I believe in myself. Damn it. Dude, how do you guys do that? Okay, he's coming after me. He's coming after me. Damn it! Wait, what do they have? Oh. We were supposed to be over there. Why didn't we go over there? Dang. These are the best Doritos, by the way. They are so good. I don't care about the actual sauce, but I just realized was the sound not even? Oh shit!
Quinlan is one of the last standing sanctuaries in my world.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's all about the
How
vibes.
come every high society event I attend turns into a brawl?
It's all about the vibes, guys.
Enemies are here. A little help, please. Friends, gather around.
Damn it, never fall!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Damn.
They captured the mission area.
Again? Damn!
Enemy ahead of us. Not after everything I've been through in the Red Room.
Girl, what happened in the red room? Jesus. I didn't see Black Widow, so I don't know what happened in there. I saw Age of Ultron. I think you were like a ballerina. Haha, you thought.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. A nice deep freeze. I'm wounded.
Fantastic!
Dude, everybody has cool abilities. Black Widow should not even be in the roster, to be honest. What the heck was Zaza even thinking? Why would she play this character? Oh, man, my aim is terrible.
Boom! No skill shots!
Control lost. They've almost got it.
Chill! Damn. I need to mess with my controllers, bro, because
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
this is what I don't get. Advanced. Okay, let's see. Character movement, input, dead zone. This, like, what is this? Character movement, max input, dead zone. I don't know what any of this means. Maximum character movement, input, dead zone for the stick. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna mess with it right here. No!
You can't expect to win them all.
What even is that? How do I get assists? Okay. I need to practice. I need to get my controllers down, bro. How do I practice? Quick match, arcade, practice for, there we go.
need a top-notch team to win this one.
Stepping out of the shadows.
Bro, it's AI. Like, come on. What is this? I don't know what any of this means. Damn. Okay. There we go.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hero selection. Okay, this is not it. There we go. Okay.
Different than the Natasha I knew.
Just older.
You are she? Time is a trickster.
Just like your brother. Like your brother.
Up to his usual betrayals.
Let's see if maybe that works.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Why does it move like that? Damn it. What is it? What? Oh, it's so chaotic with AI. Dude, I don't get what this is. I don't get how to mess with the controllers. What even is that? Classic curve.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Why can't there just be normal controls like always? Is this what freaking Overwatch was like? This is... I can't fuck with this, dude. Like, why does it move like this? This is what I don't get. Like, what is that? I know what it is. Is my aim isn't... Oh, okay. Okay. My aim isn't directing my movement. Yeah, dude, this movement sucks. Okay, dual zone. I can't even crouch? I didn't even know I could hit like that. Why couldn't they give her unlimited ammo with no reloading? This is the nerfiest freaking character ever. That, and I'm also terrible at aiming. Aim assist? No.
I got the sniper. That's right. Me.
Oh, is that why it's going crazy? Bro. Projectile. Heroes. Aim assist. What is this? Okay. Projectile. Okay, you know what? Yeah, that one I'm gonna go all the way up. Hit scan, heroes aim. I don't even know what that means. Melee. Disable aim assist at max dead zone, close range, character movement. I don't know what this means, dude. Okay. I'm messing with my freaking with my settings, dick. This is terrible. I hate the way this thing moves.
Once I am free from this darkness, I shall have my revenge on Null.
So close! This is your big chance!
Give it never fall!
Watch out, they're headed our way.
If King T'Challa wants the statue, we will deliver.
You get away! You get away! You get away! So, I smoked!
You belong to me! You expected less?
My goodness.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Okay, there we go. Okay, let's do that.
Stepping out of the shadows.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Okay.
They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
Oh, what? What?
Who's next?
I'm moving without actually doing that. Why did that just happen? Oh my goodness. I don't know what this means. I've never messed with any of this stuff.
Piece of cake.
I am Phoenix!
I'm locked up.
Where is this guy even at? I never see him. I'm not shooting at anything.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
How is this guy even getting to me? When did he kill me? Why am I watching this guy?
The Amazing Spider-Man! A thousand gods! Pulse charge, fire!
Fight their control.
I can't fight my controller.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh crap. Damn! Okay. I got this. I don't got this.
Don't mess with the Amazing Spider-Man!
How can you see me? What the heck? Are they about to win? Do they need 115?
The moon haunts you!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
This is a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I need my happy place, and that is Elden Ring. So let's get some Elden Ring going on. You know what? I'm not even tired. I'm just gonna game all night live. Can I go? Oh, Discord. No. I don't want to go to Discord. Where's the thingy? Whatever. Wait, how do I connect my camera to that? I don't know. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. Oh.
You mean? And
Shit. Shoot, I mean. Yeah, oh, wait a minute. Could I have done that the whole time? Oh, I'm so dumb. It's okay, it's okay. Shoot. I don't know how to turn my camera on. I can't use my phones? Whatever. Yeah, my boy Tom beat the allegations. I like this guy Cam Nuggets. He covers stuff pretty good. Shit.
Immediately after I told Rowan that I wanted to break up with her, she began threatening to post about me online and even began attempting to blackmail me.
The thing that got me was the text that he showed first. Right away, I was like, there's no way it's not a real text. I feel like Tom is not that dumb to use AI to make up a text. Yo! And also, the way she talks. I don't know. Something about it. I don't know what it is, but the way she talks. What the heck is going on? My batteries, my batteries. Ah, crap. I'm reloading.
With her again. After the way these conversations have gone today, I really don't think so.
Why?
Because you're like threatening to blackmail me.
I'm not. Well, if you don't come.
You know what the? Oh no, wait, hold on. During this time, apparently Tom was pretty young. So it's because she sounds super young. That's why. But no, he was also young.
See me, then I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, Turkey Tom has beaten the allegations that were levied against him by some ex-girlfriend.
I called it without even looking at anything. I called it. I was like, I believe him. I believe him. I'm on his side.
Friends by the name of Clorox Katie and Sacramento 89, aka Rowan. Now, Rowan decided to start all of these allegations back on January 14th, 2026 under the name Sacramento 89. Now, in Tom's video, he ended up revealing that her name is Rowan. Now, obviously, I don't want to defend doxing of any type, but I feel like if you're going to provide screenshots and evidence to back up who this person is and the claims that they are making, it's okay to at least include a first name.
The two women who are accusing me, Sacramento 89, real name Rowan, and Left 4 Dead, real name Katie, took to gossip forum Kiwi Farms to post the accusations, along with carefully cherry-picked screenshots to back up their claims. These claims aren't super difficult to debunk just because of the overwhelming amount of evidence I have on my side. So without further ado, let's start with Sacramento or Rowan.
Now, very early on,
and also his tone, I'm gonna call it. And maybe it's a little too really, but no, yeah. His tone just felt way too relaxed.
In the video, Tom references the large amounts of evidence that he has, and in my opinion, I'm going to assume that this is what Sacramento meant by his just in case folder, or as others describe it as his blackmail folder, which is basically his way of protecting himself in case something like this were to ever happen. And I'm sure now that this video has come out, you guys can understand exactly why he decided to have this just in case folder full of evidence and screenshots that basically disprove all of these insane allegations made by these women.
Recently, I've been accused by an ex-girlfriend along with an ex-partner of non-consensually filming sexual encounters, being so rough and inconsiderate during sexual encounters that it bordered on assault, encouraging eating disorders, being into age play, along with a litany of other completely baseless, false accusations.
And yeah, in this new video titled My Side that just dropped about 4 hours ago, Tom debunks almost every single allegation, at least the ones that I
And this guy was going hard at him also.
Truly cared about, that I felt like needed some sort of substance or evidence. Again, I've made it very clear that I don't really care about Tom's personal life, his gooning side of what he does with his own personal time. Like, yeah, it's a little funny. The dude sells Stop Gooning merch and he's like a huge gooner who's flying out e-girls, right? But again, at the end of the day, what I truly cared about was what is illegal.
Here, she alleges that I am a real freak and like to, quote, record sexual encounters without asking for consent. This is blatantly untrue. I have never recorded any sexual encounter without explicit consent. As a matter of fact, with Rowan, she was the one who initiated the idea of filming sex acts in the first place. On Tuesday, August 19th, after 3 months of knowing each other and being sexually active, Rowan texted me saying, "You should get those meta glasses when you crack me." I responded by saying, "For what?" And she answers again, "Cracking time," alluding to me filming her with the glasses onboard camera. On August 25th, Rowan texts me saying, you should get those meta things for real. So I respond by saying, I think I'm going to avoid filming anything involving sex for a while, showing that I am clearly not the person interested in filming our sexual encounters. She is.
Now, this first set of text messages is already pretty funny in my opinion, because Rowan is a white person, or at least she looks pretty white, and I'm not the type to like moral, you know, police people over language and whatnot. It's just kind of funny that this chick was trying to cancel this dude, and in her text messages she's over here throwing the N-word around. But regardless of that, again, it's just very funny that Tom had these messages to prove not only did he not film without her consent, she wanted him to film, right? He didn't ask, hey, can I film? She wanted it, even going to the point where she's basically begging him to send her the videos so that she can cherish them and she can enjoy them. Now, Tom also ends up talking about this weird idea that Rowan thought he was going to blackmail her, or basically expose this content onto the internet to see. And like a lot of people thought, that would be absolutely idiotic. That would basically be the end of Turkey Tom's career. Not only that, but he might possibly be a criminal for basically posting revenge content of a random woman.
At no point anywhere did Rowan provide...
It made absolutely no sense that somebody like Tom, with as popular as he was... Whoa, I need to go get that thing. Wait. Oh, no, I messed up. I know there's something over there that I need.
Any proof of me threatening to release these videos of us having sex, or threatening to send them anywhere. So she has no reason to believe that I would ever release them. The idea that I, a person who makes a living as a public figure, would publicly release videos of me fucking my ex-girlfriend to get back at her is so insane. Not only would that incur reputational harm beyond belief, but also serious legal consequences. The only person who has ever sent an image of us having sex to anyone is, ironically, Rowan.
Now, of course, this brings up the point of, was every recording consensual, right? Which, of course, Tom elaborates. Tom gives his side of the story, in which every time he would record one of these encounters, he would have the phone up, and Rowan would be looking directly into the camera the entire time. Now, of course, Rowan tried to switch it up, claim that sometimes, you know, I'd be behind, and I wouldn't even know until like 30 minutes passed or whatnot. Which, again, Tom has given his side of the story, and considering the fact that he also has text messages of her basically begging for this type of content to be recorded, I'm gonna believe Tom on this one.
In Rowan's interview, she claims that I never asked for consent to film these sex acts, and says that she wouldn't notice I was filming until 30 seconds to 1 minute into it.
I'm not sure of an exact date, but maybe like 2 or 3 months into our relationship, he never asked me. He would just pull out his phone and record, and I wouldn't notice until maybe 30 seconds in a minute, or a minute into it.
Now, I obviously can't and would never show these videos to anyone, but in them, it's undeniable that she is staring directly into the camera from the moment the video starts. She never once questions why I'm filming or what I'm doing, because the reality is that every single time we recorded, I had explicit permission.
Now, one of the next most important allegations Tom talks about is making the girls bleed in the bedroom. Of course, this implies like whenever he would, you know, do them, it was to the point where it was causing them physical pain and bleeding, which Tom, of course, provides evidence that Rowan in fact enjoyed this and she wanted this.
Says he likes hurting me during sex and making me bleed. This also reflects what public claims about me, but the great irony is that
one of these guys definitely sent me something. Oh crap, I need to lower the freaking volume for the game.
Never even said this. She did. On September 14th, 2025, Rowan sent me a text saying, quote, I'm such a freak. I like when it hurts and bleeds after. Something Wong. On August 17th of 2025, the day after my birthday, Rowan and I were planning to go to Mass, and she wanted to have sex with me. So she texted me saying, Tom, I started my period. I was driving, so I couldn't say much, but I replied by saying, that sucks, I'm 40 minutes away. She follows up by asking me if I mind getting my sword bloody, and I say I'll be okay.
And he also ends up talking about Rowan and how she has month-long periods, which of course would explain why every time they engage in this type of stuff, there's blood. Now, another huge allegation was that Tom liked to engage in very hardcore stuff, like to the point of like hitting, beating, all this kind of crazy stuff. But of course, it ends up coming out that Rowan was indeed the one wanting this type of stuff, even texting Tom things like, I'm a freak, I want to be kidnapped, I want to be tied up, taken to the woods, maybe there's something wrong with me, right? So of course, another crazy, insane allegation that ends up being flipped to make it seem like Tom is the maniac in this relationship, even getting into some of the height dynamics, possibly the age play elements, where Rowan herself says, "I like you because you are big like a caveman. I feel small next to you. I'm tapped into my natural instincts." And Tom actually makes it funny, real Chad move. "I'm like the main character in The Croods," and it is caveman dude. And throughout the rest of this conversation between Tom and Rowan, she basically begs for, intercourse a lot, to the point where she's like asking to see his BWC, right? He didn't beat the big meat allegations, which is a good thing for him, I guess. And basically throughout this entire back and forth, consensual, by the way, conversation, she is practically begging for all of this, including the grape stuff, including the BWC, including the point where it's hurting, to which Tom posts literally about 10 minutes.
That Lux fur guy is so salty, but I don't care.
Worth of like back and forth messages, and I'm not going to include all of them, but again, the video is going to be linked down below. For some reason you want to read into Tom's deviancy with this lady, which I personally do not care about. I haven't cared about that from the very beginning. Goon in private for all you want, but I do again think it's very important that this context is added, that this entire relationship, even to the point of filming, was completely consensual. She wanted all of this from the very beginning, and the only time that she ended up coming out about all of this was when Tom no longer wanted to be in a relationship. And they got to the point where this woman, you could even argue, was the one harassing Tom, basically spamming him almost daily about how much she loved him and how she wanted to meet his family and they should get married or move in. All this kinds of crazy, wacky stuff. Again, this couple, they've only been dating for a few months at this point, until, of course, she decided to go on this phone call where she basically said that she would blackmail him if he didn't want to continue their relationship.
Immediately after I told Rowan that I wanted to break up with her, she began threatening to post about me online, and even began attempting to blackmail me into having sex with her again. I don't know what you want me to say to you. I just want to move on from our relationship and have you go be in your corner. You can meet other guys and it'll be fine. I'll go meet other girls. We'll just we'll break up.
No, you won't. Because I'm going to make it hard for you to ever be in a relationship.
Why?
Because you don't deserve one.
Why?
Because you're a piece of shit.
Why?
Because our whole relationship, you act like everything is all about you the whole time.
Okay.
You don't give a fuck. You're just an awful guy, and I'm so sorry that your mom raised you. She seemed like a nice lady, but clearly she did something very wrong.
Okay, Rowan, I just want to move on and have my life, and you'll move on and have your life. And we can be in our own corners. We don't have to do damage to each other. We don't have to cause each other any more anguish.
What's going on?
Okay.
This is so dramatic.
I just want to see you again, though. Do you think we'll ever be able to see each other?
After the way these conversations have gone today, I really don't think so.
Why?
Oh yeah, she's definitely the manipulative type. Do. Okay. Yes, I am very petty.
Because you're threatening to blackmail me.
I'm not. Well, if you don't come see me, then I will.
Now, this right here already is basically open and shut that this was a very consensual relationship. Tom very obviously became extremely uncomfortable because this chick was basically harassing him.
And this guy was going ham on Tom.
And wanting non-stop, action, booty calls, whatever you want to call it, to the point where Tom was just kind of getting freaked out, right? Like, some people don't want that level of commitment where you're like talking about meeting my family.
Oh, that's right. I died. Damn. I lost some of my cool stuff.
And moving in and trying to get married after we've known each other for a few months. I can't blame Tom for wanting to take his distance, in which she didn't really like that, again basically admitting that she would blackmail him, which is basically what led to her deciding to collaborate with Clorox Katie to essentially try to ruin Turkey Tom. Now, 27 minutes into the video, Tom gets into another damning allegation, which is the age play one, which again would change the entire narrative of who Tom is as a person if he indeed likes to play around with people who like to pretend that they are young. Much younger than they really are. Of course, that would dive into elements of Tom, you know, possibly enjoying younger people. But he doesn't. He ends up elaborating his relationship that he had with Ellie, aka Creepy Hoarder.
Now, one of the other allegations that Rowan has levied towards me is that I'm into age play. She's not alleging that I did it with her. She's alleging that I did it with another girl named Ellie, who I briefly talked to 2 years ago. Now, there's no proof whatsoever that I did anything close to age play, but I did text her about these allegations, and she clearly states that I've never done age play.
Now, this is Ellie, aka Creepy Hoarder, who was the girl that people on QE Farms ended up finding her page and looking into and seeing that, yes, this girl is kind of interesting, kind of weird. She had like baby shoes and a baby bedroom and Hello Kitty stuff all over the place, and people even thought that she had a binky or a pacifier, and Tom again confirmed.
I am a firm believer that we should be shaming kinks and fetishes if they're put out there for the world to see. Shame! Okay, shame. Jesus Christ. Who likes to pretend they're a baby, dude? That's like some PDF type stuff. Like, borderline. Ew.
That they never engaged in age play, which was kind of, again, something I thought. Tom was just hooking up or maybe screwing around with this girl. Doesn't directly confirm or even make the allegation that he was engaging in age play. Sure, it's weird. He saw this stuff on her page. Is like, yeah, I'm going to screw that girl. But it doesn't mean that he was engaging in it. Maybe that's cope, maybe that's sweeping, but that's kind of what I said.
An ex-girlfriend of mine named Kai, who I dated for 3 years, also publicly posted on Twitter saying that I never abused her and that we never did anything related to age play.
Now, Kai, again, is Lyrics, aka Liam Donovan's current girlfriend. Her and Tom had a relationship. They ended up falling out. They are no longer together, of course, but Kai was respectful enough to drop a Google Doc called Turkey Tom Allegations, where she basically detailed their relationship and provided evidence that they did indeed, you know, spend time together and whatnot, and also talk about and clarify some of the age play things and, you know, how their relationship didn't work out and whatnot. Again, kind of beating the age play allegations.
The closest thing I've ever engaged in when it comes to age play is that sometimes girls do call me daddy during sex. It's a little embarrassing given that...
Why would it be embarrassing, bro? It's like the most normal thing to be called, right?
I am...
I get it called, but in Spanish.
Me, I accept that it's something people are going to see as a little bit strange. All I can really do at this point is accept that it's something that I've done, and I think that Rowan should accept it about herself too, given that she also called me daddy during sex and over text repeatedly.
Pack it up, Daddy Tom. It's time to wrap it up. It's over. Obviously, a nothing burger. You know, saying daddy is like one of the most generic sexual little terms you can call your partner, especially like a man, of course.
Kind of.
Who cares, right? Like, even like Rhea Ripley, for example, the WWE woman, is mommy, right? Obviously, she's not a mother. We're not age playing because they say mommy, and that's like her whole catchphrase in WWE. It's just like a power dynamic thing, which, of course, in a consensual relationship, who cares? Now, another allegation that these women tried to push was the idea that Turkey Tom would just buy these women random things like Hello Kitty and Monster High merchandise as a way to like push these toys and these properties onto these people to make it seem like they're more like his ex.
Hold on, one more thing to add. I thought it was odd. Never really expressed any interest in Hello Kitty or that type of e-girl stuff. I had like one Hello Kitty figure in my car. As a gift, Tom bought me Hello Kitty pajamas and a bunch of Hello Kitty stuff similar to what Ellie / Creepy Hoarder wears. The fuck that got to do with anything?
But in reality, of course, Rowan lied about this. Rowan did indeed have things like Hello Kitty accessories and Hello Kitty decorations on her wall.
Okay, well,
already kind of assumed that, and I said that it's very convenient, the fact that Rowan was hiding her identity so that nobody could look into it. I did, however, end up looking into Clorox Katie, where I did find out that this chick did indeed have Hello Kitty things in her room. So of course, Tom once again provides screenshots to show that this chick is a fan of Hello Kitty.
100% Tom has just beat the allegations. My boy is innocent. And you know what? People are drama schlap tubers. They were shitting on Nicholas Diorio for sweeping for Tom. He wasn't sweeping. I mean, he wasn't exactly, you know, believing this Clorox girl. But, you know, he also wasn't rooting for Tom. I mean, he was saying, if this is actually true, then Tom, I do not condone this, and you are. And he said that he wasn't gonna be a friend that he want to be associated with. But guess what, bro? Tommy boy, Turkey boy, beat the allegations.
Kitty and lied about it for no reason. Like, it's such a stupid ass thing to lie about. Now, another stupid ass thing that Rowan lied about was the fact that she didn't know who Tom was before matching with her. A lot of people quickly called this out because why the hell would you screenshot a Tinder match with someone you have no idea about? No offense to Tom, but it's not like he's like the hottest guy alive, right? He's just a pretty regular looking dude. I'm a pretty regular looking dude. And so Tom ended up showing a screenshot where Rowan messaged him 15 months before they even matched on Tinder. Again, like, such a dumbass, weird thing to lie about that when it gets exposed completely ruins this chick's credibility. Now again, after this relationship ended, Tom ended up recording that call of her basically saying that she would blackmail him if they didn't get back together. And he would go on to get spammed by her. She would call this dude dozens and dozens of times, as well as send text logs complaining and trashing him and talking all this trash. And then going to the point where still texting him saying, please just talk to me. I'll see you in 3 to 5 months when you want to smash again. That does not sound like a victim to me. Again, this comes across as a very disgruntled ex who, by the way, decided to post on Kiwi Farms about this relationship 2 days after.
Again, to the owner of Kiwi Farms, she just sent her nudes. That's pretty insane.
They broke up. And on January 11th, she ended up texting Tom, you recorded other girls too. During sex, you recorded other girls. During like the same thing where you don't ask, you just pull your phone out and record it. That's illegal, Tom. I hope you delete them because you really have some sick power thing, hitting and choking women, even leaving bruises. It's good to know I'm not the only one who felt extremely uncomfortable, which obviously, based on what we've already seen, the line after line, message after message after message for months of this chick begging for this stuff, consenting to this stuff multiple times, comes across as her trying to literally just plant evidence in a way so that she can screenshot it and then try to do exactly what she ended up doing, which was going onto a website, a snark site, a gossip site like Kiwi Farms, to try to ruin this man's life. And she failed miserably. Now, the next person involved in this situation is Clorox Katie, which Tom ends up talking about how they literally only met 2 times. After the first time, Clorox Katie ended up saying to him, I usually don't either. That was the craziest I've experienced for sure. I had so much fun, Tom. He says, let's do it again soon. I already miss you. She says, I so down. You can kidnap me whenever. I already miss you. So alone in my bed. Again, another chick who has a interest and wanting to be, you know, kidnapped or physically, you know, taken, whatever the case may be. And again, try to switch it to Tom and try to make it seem like this was the worst part of her life, the worst thing that's ever happened to her, when in reality, it was a nice little interaction that's happened years ago. Even going to the point where she would constantly send Tom nudes. And Tom even makes the statement, why the heck would you send nudes to someone that you allegedly do not trust, right? You're complaining and saying that this guy is recording you without consent, yet you're consensually sending him photographs of yourself.
Pretty much a random guy. Because she was trying to get The clout.
Naked.
This is after the first time we hung out, February 18th. She says she's going to swallow me, and she then sends me naked photos of herself willingly. Keep in mind, once again, she's accusing me of recording sex with her without her consent, and then she keeps sending me naked photos of herself. She even sent me a video, by the way. She says, I need you right meow. I need you ASAP. February 22nd and February 24th, we have I miss you and are you home yet? In the next screenshot, I say, your pussy's gonna be so sore. And Katie responds with, good thing we had to wait a
I just know Tom is loving every second of this. Because he's, you know, he's setting everything straight. And he's looking... Well, he's just looking like a... He's still looking like a freak, to be honest.
while, because then I can take a beating. She then says, I'm ready for you to throw me around.
Now again, Tom ends up just showing a whole bunch of messages. Again, very consensual relationship. And this one also plays into the abuse elements where she herself makes references to liking that physical, you know, abuse when in the bedroom. Again, I don't care what these people do behind closed doors consensually, and she's asking for it. She wants it. Tom is not just doing it. He's not just knocking right hooks out, haymaker in this chick. She's begging for it for weeks until the day they can finally meet, and she wants it to happen. Again, if you want to read the rest of those texts for whatever reason, it's going to be linked below. Tom ends up showing even more evidence of this chick basically harassing this guy. I'm using that word lightly, but of course, she spammed this dude for 10 months straight, sliding up on his story 12 times, trying to meet up for a third time, and Tom basically pulled back. Again, he wasn't looking for a relationship. Yet another disgruntled ex, and in this case, they never even dated. She was just a hookup who got a little attached, and she...
That's gotta hurt. That people are just gonna call her this... Yeah, just a hookup. I was about to say the side chick, but Tom doesn't have a girlfriend. At least not officially. That's pretty sad.
She didn't get what she wanted, so she tried to ruin Tom's life. And the irony of this entire situation is that Sacramento, aka Rowan, ended up messaging Tom about Clorox Katie, saying that she apparently liked to run her mouth and liked to make SA allegations. All of a sudden, Rowan is the one who ends up making SA allegations, running to Kiwi Farms to then team up with Clorox Katie, the person she was literally just trash talking, which does not surprise me at all. Again, in the Kiwi Farms thread, it was Clorox Katie who ended up trash talking the third ex who Tom covered in this video. I covered her out because she's kind of irrelevant to the whole thing. But there was a huge catfight in this whole drama. The girls were basically fighting each other over who was the bigger victim. And it comes out that none of them were. They were all just consenting adults who were holding a grudge trying to ruin this dude's life. And that to me was the point where I started to kind of look through it all. I was kind of like, what the heck's going on? You know, the fact that all of these girls kept referring to people like me or other commentary people trying to get a better side of the story, they called us slop tubers, right? They kept saying that we just talk about nonsense and blah, blah, blah. Literally, while these girls are pushing fake SA, fake allegations about abuse and all sorts of other absolutely disgusting, deplorable things that would have absolutely ruined Tom's life. But we're the slop tubers, right? Now, the only true allegations in this situation that Tom did not beat were the gooning allegations.
Now, I've seen a lot of people say things to the effect of, you know, Tom's a hypocrite. He gooned.
We all knew this guy was a gooner. Come on.
And you're right. I did goon, okay? I did not stop gooning. So maybe in the end, the hats are more relevant than ever. Anyway, that's about it. I've said everything I need to. Goodbye.
So it basically takes a new meaning to Tom's merchandise, you know, the stop gooning. He really does have to stop gooning, at least to these e-girls, BPD girls.
Hey,
welcome back to the Philip.
Keep on gooning.
DeFranco Show, you daily dive into the news. It is Monday, February 2nd. I hope you're having a good one. There's a lot we've got to dive into today. But first, an announcement. Your first Beautiful Bastard drop of 2026 just went live, and I listened to y'all. A lot of you said that you wanted pieces that felt kind of more rooted in everything that we're experiencing right now. So that's exactly what we did. You're getting 9 new pieces across tees and long sleeve crews, Police State of America, Honesty Before Loyalty, because that's really what we need more of, Stay Rooted, Resist, America in Distress, Truth is a Lonely Road, Better a Weed Than a Trained Rose, and more and more and more, including if you just want to say I'm about to fucking lose my sanity. All now available for you at beautifulbastard.com, top links in the description and comments. But that said, we have so much we've got to break down today, starting with this. Trump's DOJ is exposing victims, protecting the perpetrators, possibly including Donald Trump himself, and still failing to meet its legal obligation to release all of the Epstein files. That's what you have so many people saying right now after the department has released another 3.5 million pages of documents, along with 2,000 videos and 180,000 images, more than 1 month after the December 19th deadline set by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And while Trump officials claim that they have now fully complied with the law, survivors, lawmakers, and watchdog groups say that they're withholding roughly half of the records being held by the government. Right, and that, it's not even the only way that the law may have been broken. The Epstein Files Transparency Act tasks the government with releasing the files, but also with protecting the victims, right, which was also one of the DOJ's original excuses for refusing to release the files, even as survivors called for their release. And when the department published this new batch of files on Friday, they claimed that more than 500 attorneys and reviewers had contributed to this effort. But those files, when they were released, they contained the full names of dozens of victims, as well as nearly...
It was easier for them to release the full names of the victims so they could get harassed, so they could possibly get even hunted, than it was for them to just go ahead and release the... Listen, they could have released the names on the Epstein files, and then right next to them, just, you know, their association with them, the implications. Why was that so hard?
40 unredacted nude images of young women and possibly teenagers. Those photos appear...
Bro, what? Hold up. No, I don't even want to hear.
Appearing to be part of a personal photo collection, some seeming to have been taken on Epstein's private island, and the bodies and faces of people in them, they were fully visible. And then as far as the names, according to a Wall Street Journal analysis...
They released... Holy shit. They released photos of the victims before they released all the names that are in there.
Several women's full names appeared more than 100 times in the files, including more than 24 who were minors when they were abused. You also have some files hiding someone's name, but then a duplicate file somewhere else making the name public. And some, they had personally identifying details such as bank information and home addresses posted without redactions as well. Right, and overall, you had lawyers representing more than 200 victims saying that they reported thousands of redaction failures on behalf of nearly 100 individual survivors whose lives have been turned upside down by the DOJ's latest release. Right, and they actually had to ask federal judges to order the immediate takedown of the Justice Department's entire Epstein Files website, writing a letter saying the DOJ committed what may be the single most egregious violation of victim privacy in one day in United States history, and saying it is no longer ethical, moral, or responsible to attempt to remedy these violations through DOJ's tortuously tedious game, saying this was never a complex undertaking. DOJ has possessed the names of victims that it promised to redact for months. There is no conceivable degree of institutional incompetence sufficient to explain the scale, consistency, and persistence of the failures that occurred. Now, with all that, it does seem that many, if not most of these mistakes have been corrected. Of course, that's not all that reassuring to those whose privacy has already been so flagrantly violated, especially when the department did in fact take a lot of time to heavily redact many of the files. Hell, I mean, there's even one image where a redaction box appears over the face of Donald Trump, even though it just seems to be a shot of him giving a public speech, which then, of course, makes a lot of people wonder who the Trump DOJ is really trying to protect here. There, you had Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, otherwise known as Trump's former personal defense lawyer, saying,
"We did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody." I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents.
Blanche also appeared both confused and angry when a reporter asked if the public might learn the identities of men who abused young women with the help of Epstein.
Is the public going to learn about men that abused these girls? Like, what does that mean? If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women.
Right, and there you have many saying that that's an insane thing for him to say. Right? Because as much as we don't know exactly who and to what extent others were involved in Epstein's abuse, there is ample reason to believe that there are others who need to face consequences, either for being directly involved in abuse or having knowledge of it and doing nothing. You know, one of the big...
I mean, let's be honest. The House is Republican. MAGA still thinks they're winning. If the majority of the names are not going to be Democrats, nothing's going to be done, right? Trump is in there how many times? Talking to me? I don't know. No. Come on. Give me. Just give me the answer. Damn it. In the massive release of over 3 million pages of Jeffrey Epstein and documents by the Department of Justice in late January 2026, Donald Trump is mentioned, what? Thousands of times. Thousands of times. You can't even say, like, in what context or what's going on or we don't know what's in them yet. Dude. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. How come Trump isn't out there suing everybody that's calling him a pedophile? How come he's not doing that? Because it would go to discovery. And then people would find out. And even then, everybody knows MAGA would still excuse it or forgive him or be fine with it.
His questions for many is whether President Donald J. Trump is one of them, especially as you had the New York Times identifying more than 5,300 files containing over 38,000 references to Trump, Melania, Mar-a-Lago Club, and other related words and phrases. Right, a big jump from the...
I used to believe Melania was going to raise Barron. Like, secretly, she was going to raise him to be a good man, and Barron was going to save us. But I don't know, man. It's not looking too Gucci anymore.
The previously released Epstein files that included only 130 files with Trump-related references. Now, that said, some of the new files are copies of emails and other records that the DOJ or the House Oversight Committee released late last year. And then many of the others are just news articles and other publicly available materials that landed in Epstein's inbox. And notably, none of these files included any direct communication between Trump and Epstein. As far as what's new, you did have one file showing that a man who worked for Epstein told investigators that Trump, along with high-profile figures including the former Prince Andrew and Robert Kennedy, had visited Epstein's home. Also, another contains handwritten notes from an interview conducted back in 2019, about 1 month after Epstein died in a cell, and they say that a victim whose name's been redacted remembers being driven to Mar-a-Lago to meet Trump, and that Epstein said to Trump at the time, "This is a good one, huh?" Then you have another file showing that Epstein emailed a private investigator in 2001 suggesting that he had plans to call Trump to talk about Virginia Giuffre, or Giuffre being one of Epstein's most well-known victims, with her dying from suicide last year, and she said that she had been lured into Epstein's web when she worked at Mar-a-Lago. There are then also multiple documents, including allegations that Trump raped a child in these new files, but many of these are based on unverified tips received by the FBI. And so some outlets are actually not publishing those at all due to doubts about their credibility. But with all that, you have many arguing that no, we do need to show them, we do need to talk about them because they concern the President of the United States. We're saying that, this is a man who had a well-documented friendship with Epstein. He's been found civilly liable for sexual abuse. And, you can hear him on tape talking about you just grab women by the pussy because you're famous. Right? And that is some of these allegations mirror ones made by a Jane Doe in a lawsuit that was filed against Trump back in 2016. And there it was alleged that he and Epstein raped this girl when she was 13 years old, although he denied the claims and the suit was later dropped. And this includes one complaint made by phone in July 2016, which seems to have been made by the same lawyer who represented the Jane Doe. And then there's another document which now appears to have been taken down, which includes a complaint summary from an FBI tip claiming that her female friend was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago, saying she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. And quote, the friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting him. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. The file also says that the investigators, quote, spoke with caller who identified redacted as friend, adding, quote, lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. But it's unclear what, if anything, came from this. Also, another tip summarized in the same now deleted file claimed that Trump held, quote, calendar girl parties at Mar-a-Lago where Epstein would bring in children and Trump would auction them off, with claiming that guests included Elon Musk, Trump's eldest children, and Alan Dershowitz. The document also references Bill Clinton, alleging that he attended Epstein parties and that he, Trump, and others appear in videos of what they call all criminal activity. But unlike some of the others, no contact information was provided for this tip, and there's no evidence, timeline, or other verification attached. But that, of course, it hasn't stopped them from going viral online, and it's even attracted the attention of politicians with, for example, Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego writing, "There needs to be a thorough investigation of each and every one of these claims." Now, that said, in Trump's defense, you had the Trump DOJ releasing a statement saying, "Some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalist claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election," and adding, "To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they have a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump already." But with that statement hitting...
That argument is so insane. Brother, my brother in Christ, we all know there's also Democrats implicated in there. We just don't know which ones. That argument is so weak. It would have been used against Trump a long time ago. No, it wouldn't have. No, it wouldn't have. There's a reason why the Democrats also haven't gone ham on releasing the Epstein files even before it became popular. Because it became popular after Epstein was, well, you know what I'm saying?
A lot of people kind of odd for a number of reasons, including it sounds like literally Donald Trump's own personal defense in the past. But then also, of course, besides Trump, there are lots of other rich and powerful people who come up in these files, some also in connection to direct allegations of sexual abuse. And so, for example, there are documents describing claims against convicted sex offender Harvey Weinstein. One slide deck appearing to be an FBI presentation of Jeffrey Epstein investigations describing an allegation that Epstein, quote, told an accuser to give Weinstein a massage during which Weinstein told her to take off her shirt, and saying that when she refused, Weinstein threatened to, quote, get women to come force her to. That same slide includes allegations that Epstein told an accuser to give Wall Street billionaire Leon Black a massage while Black was naked, and that Black made another female perform oral sex. It also mentioned Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, although it didn't accuse him of sexual abuse. Instead, it described how one source reported that Lutnick made his money through Ponzi schemes and money laundering. With Lutnick also coming up elsewhere in the files, with emails appearing to show Commerce Secretary Lutnick and his wife accepting an invitation to Epstein's Island in December of 2012, and they planned to arrive by yacht with their children. And very notably, that is several years after Lutnick previously said that he had broke contact with Epstein. Emails also appear to show that Elon Musk has lied about his past dealings with Epstein. Right, Musk has famously claimed that Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused. But one file that appears to show that he emailed with Epstein to try and plan a visit to Epstein's Island in late 2013 and early 2014, asking in one email, what day/night will be the wildest party on your island? So with that, I'll say it isn't clear if the
Elon was so annoying and so uncool that not even Jeffrey Epstein wanted to hang out with him. Ain't that funny?
Island visits actually took place. And as far as Musk,
it's not funny, it's pretty sad.
He's continued to defend himself, claiming Epstein hounded him relentlessly to go to his pedo island. So for many, you have them saying that his denials, they continue to sound like an admission that he knew that something fucked up was actually happening.
Yeah, it's like, you were trying to go there, why?
There. But then also, as far as other big names, we've got to mention Microsoft billionaire Bill Gates, where there's one new email in which Epstein suggests that he helped Gates get drugs to, quote, deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls, and that he helped facilitate illicit trysts with married women. Also, another name worth noting is Hollywood filmmaker Brett Ratner. He hasn't been the busiest since he was accused of sexual assault, though he did just direct the newly released Melania documentary. But in the new files, it includes a series of photos of Epstein's New York townhouse, with Ratner sitting with Epstein and a woman who's been redacted, as well as a modeling agent who is associated with Epstein and who also died by apparent suicide in 2022 in prison, waiting trial on sex trafficking charges. Also, others who came up in the files with some apparent ties to Epstein are billionaire Richard Branson, Google co-founder Sergey Brin, New York Giants co-owner Steve Tisch, chairman of the 2028 LA Olympics Casey Wasserman, and former White House counsel under Barack Obama, Catherine Rumler. And actually, on the subject of Democrats, you had Bill Clinton's name appearing in the new files several times, mostly communications between his staff and Ghislaine Maxwell about travel and dining plans in the early 2000s before Epstein was convicted in 2008. And all of that, as you know, the Clintons, they've denied any wrongdoing, and they've also refused to comply with subpoenas from the House Oversight Committee, meaning that there will be a vote soon to hold them in contempt. Also, you're seeing things like right-wing outlets like Fox News trying to link Zoran Mamdani to Epstein, sharing what's been described as a resurfaced photo linking him to an Epstein-connected publicist, or with the image showing Mamdani at a luncheon for the movie Get Out.
Whoa. I knew it. No, I'm just kidding.
Hosted by Patty Siegel, a Hollywood publicist who's already faced backlash for her relationship with Epstein. But anyway, in the photo is also Mamdani's mother, filmmaker Mira Nair. And as Fox News and other right-wing outlets have noted, she is in the files. Right in a 2009 email.
Whoa, what the heck? Mamdani's mom? Who the heck is that? Shit. I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell it. Where is it? Ah, shit. Okay. I can kill this thing. I know I can.
Email, Seagal wrote to Epstein about an after party at Ghislaine Maxwell's townhouse that Nair attended for a film that she had directed. But that appears to be the extent of any connection so far, though you've also had fake AI-generated images going around online claiming to show Mamdani as a child with his mother, Epstein, and others, even as there are those who do actually have very well-established links to Epstein. And so outside of the United States, one of the most well-known associates of Epstein is the UK's former Prince Andrew, whose title was stripped because of all this, and he also appears in this new batch of the files at least several hundred times. And that includes in the form of these kinds of disturbing photos of him kneeling over a woman on the floor and placing his hand on her stomach. The files also show that his ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson, emailed Epstein for his advice just 2 months after she—
crap. Wait, I can kill this thing.
told London's Evening Standard newspaper that she would have nothing ever to do with Jeffrey Epstein ever again. And so actually with all that, you've now had British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and several other officials calling on Andrew to testify before Congress. And this is, you also have a guy named Lord Peter Mandelson already announcing his resignation from Starmer's party after the new file suggested he was paid $75,000 by Epstein in the early 2000s. Meanwhile abroad, you're seeing a top official in Slovakia resigning his position after photos and emails revealed that he had met with Epstein in the years after Epstein was released from jail. Also, the Crown Princess of Norway has now had to publicly apologize for keeping ties with Epstein. Right? And ultimately, the fallout from this, it's been global, and the extent of Epstein's connections, it seems to just keep growing. But of course, some of the questions that still remain is which of these connections knew or were involved, and will they ever face real consequences? So that's a question I'll say that Trump's DOJ no longer appears interested in. Or with Blanche continuing to just push back on this idea that there is anything more to be found out.
There's a lot of correspondence, there's a lot of emails, there's a lot of photographs, there's a lot of horrible photographs that appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or people around him, but that doesn't allow us necessarily to prosecute somebody.
But with this, you have Democrats slamming the Trump DOJ for still keeping around half of the files locked away. And with that, you had Representative Robert Garcia adding, "This is outrageous and incredibly concerning," saying they are in violation of the law. We are demanding the names of Epstein co-conspirators and the men and pedophiles who abused women and girls. Also, other lawmakers have been concerned by Trump's repeated mentions and said, what we've seen is sickening, with serious allegations involving the president himself. If this is what they're willing to release, imagine what they're still hiding. Our investigation is just getting started. Right? And then you also had Ro Khanna announcing that he and his Republican colleague Thomas Massie requested to meet with the DOJ to learn more about the heavy redactions and see portions of the files without these blackouts. And you had Khanna also threatening Pam Bondi with impeachment.
But it is not good enough. If we don't get the remaining files, if we do not get the remaining 302 forms, the remaining prosecution memo from 2019, and if the survivors are not happy, then Thomas Massie and I are prepared to move on impeachment or contempt.
But words are words, actions are actions.
And then we get JD, woo!
And we're gonna have to wait to see what happens from here. Are there some real consequences? Do we get more? Will the day ever actually come where it feels like those in power actually want to hold people accountable? With all these recent developments, everything—
don't count on it, Philly boy—
that you've seen and heard, what are your thoughts here? And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, there is a very specific adult panic that happens when you realize the only person responsible for your healthcare is you. And that's why today's sponsor, ZocDoc, has become one of the most useful apps on my phone. ZocDoc is a free app and website that helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you love. I'm talking primary care, dentists, dermatologists, therapists, eye doctors, over 200 specialties all in one place. You can filter by insurance, location, specialty, and whether you want an in-person or video visit. visit, so you're not rolling the dice on your health. You also get access to verified patient reviews, which means you can choose someone who actually feels like a good fit, not just whoever answered the phone. And the best part, you see real-time availability and book instantly. No, we'll call you back, no voicemail black hole. And appointments booked through ZocDoc usually happen within 24 to 72 hours, and you can even grab same-day openings. I love it. I've used it myself. I've booked an appointment faster than I could decide what to eat for lunch. Zero friction. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments. Just scan that QR code or go to ZocDoc.com/Phil to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Phil. ZocDoc.com/Phil. This message is sponsored by ZocDoc. But then, jumping back into the news, we need to talk about who murdered Alex Pretty. Because you had ProPublica revealing their identities as 43-year-old Border Patrol agent Jesus Ochoa, who goes by Jesse, and 35-year-old Customs and Border Protection Officer Raimundo Gutierrez. Right, these photos that apparently show their faces have been spreading like wildfire, though ProPublica itself only reported their names, so we're still waiting on official confirmation that these are really them. Both men are from South Texas, and neither are actually new hires, right? Gutierrez joined back in 2014, and Ochoa joined in 2018, with Gutierrez reportedly working on a special response team which conducts high-risk operations like those of police SWAT units. And as for what we know about Ochoa, his ex-wife said that he graduated from the University of Texas Pan American with a degree in criminal justice and had for years dreamed of working for the Border Patrol. Or with her adding, by the time that they had split apart in 2021, he had become a gun enthusiast with about 25 rifles, pistols, and shotguns. Now, in response to this, you had Trump's DHS accusing ProPublica of doxing its officers and putting their lives and their families' lives in serious danger. But you had the outlet countering that concealing the identities of mass law enforcement agents is highly unusual, if not illegal, and prevents them from being held accountable for their action.
Hold on. Wait a minute. One thing Trump did promise was giving them full immunity, and he's delivered, so, I mean...
And so you have critics of the agency saying, hey, let's make these people famous. Their names are Jesus Ochoa, Raimundo Gutierrez, and Jonathan...
Oh my goodness. It's a bunch of beans.
Ross, right, the one who shot Renee Good. And the resistance, they're not letting up. We saw protests in dozens of cities over the weekend, including Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and Portland. You also have federal judges pushing back, ordering the feds to release unlawfully detained immigrants, or at the very least, give them a bond hearing in countless cases. And that actually brings us to a very positive update in the case of Liam Ramos, right, the 5-year-old boy allegedly used as bait by federal agents.
Apparently, so he's now reunited with his dad. Right? Is that his name? There is no factual connection between Leon Ramos and the Jeffrey Epstein files. No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm gonna go with Yeah, they're like back together. Okay, yeah. I did not see AI. Okay, cool.
To lure his family out of their homes. And that's because on Saturday, you had a court ordering ICE to release him from the Texas detention facility where he's been holed up with his father for weeks, reportedly getting very, very sick. And you saw the next day, ICE actually complying, releasing both the boy and his father, who were then personally escorted back to Minneapolis by Democratic Representative Joaquin Castro. Though also, that's not to say that Liam's family is in the clear, right? You had Deputy AG Todd Blanche actually suggesting quite the opposite on ABC.
The immigration law, the body of immigration law, is much different than our typical criminal process because of the administrative nature of what we do every day. And so to the extent that we need to appeal that judge's decision, I promise we will.
But also with the situation, Liam, he's just one kid, right? His school district, while celebrating his release, noted that there are still 4 more of his fellow students stuck at the same detention facility. In fact, with the Marshall Project saying back in December that at least 3,800 kids under the age of 18, including 20 infants, had been booked since Trump took office. You have the director of the Immigrants' Rights Clinic at Columbia writing in an op-ed for the New York Times, the children at Dilley with whom I've worked over the past year range in age from 2 to 16 years old. A 2-year-old boy was breastfeeding in detention. One 6-year-old boy had leukemia. An 8-year-old girl began wetting the bed. A 14-year-old girl engaged in self-harm. And adding all of these children and their parents were detained despite being eligible for release. ICE has...
This is what drives me nuts about the pro-life crowd, because their argument to a civil offense will be, well, don't come here illegally. To a civil offense. This is why they're not pro-life. They are pro-birth. They're not actual Christians. They just like controlling people. This is so sad, dude. This is like actually heartbreaking.
The authority to release these families who are not flight risks on parole.
And it's like, they're not criminals. Like, they're not criminals. Why are we going after these families when, dude, immigration is not going to be the downfall of the U.S. It's not because of immigration. The economy is not where it's at because of immigration. Okay. How does immigration affect the economy negatively? Immigration can create localized negative economic impacts by straining public infrastructure, such as schools and healthcare, particularly at the state and local levels. It also may put a downwards pressure on wages for low-skilled native-born workers and cause increased competition for housing and services in urban areas. Wow. Okay, so key points. Public infrastructure. What does that even mean? Well, it means... I don't know what that means, actually. What does that mean? By straining public infrastructure? Straining public infrastructure? Such as... Wait, really? How is it going to strain? Like, it's just more people? What does that even mean? Also, illegals don't get healthcare. They don't. They don't get healthcare, dude. Why do people think that illegals get healthcare? Do illegal immigrants get healthcare? In general, why in general? That doesn't make any sense. You can't get healthcare if you're an illegal. You don't have a social. You have... What? In general, undocumented immigrants are not eligible for most federal healthcare programs like Medicaid, Medicare, or the Affordable Care Act marketplace. However, they can access specific types of care through federal safety nets and some state-funded programs. Okay, so generally, okay? And these, you're not getting these. Everybody has Medicaid, Medicare, or Obamacare, okay? Federal access emergency only, state-funded coverage. There's another argument. It's like, oh, well, we live in the same state. My state taxes are going... Okay, whatever, shut up. For children, for adults. 7 states and D.C. have expanded coverage for some income eligible. You see, income eligible, okay? It's not like they're just getting it handed to them. And private options, okay? Anybody can get private healthcare. Fiscal burden on local governments. While immigration can boost the federal budget, it often creates a net fiscal drain on the state and local governments, which bear the cost of public education, healthcare, and infrastructure for larger... What do you mean? This is... What? Public education? So what? Without... Okay, hold on. Often creates a net fiscal drain on state and local governments, which bear the cost of public... But how? It often creates a net fiscal drain... Okay. We'll come back to this one. Often creates a net fiscal... Okay. The statement highlights a common tension in economics. Tax revenue goes to the federal government, but service costs fall on states and cities. Essentially, the federal government wins on the math because it collects most of the taxes, while state and local governments lose because they are responsible for providing the actual services. So, in simpler terms, does this mean... Okay. Alright. Okay, I get. The federal boost. The federal government sees a net benefit primarily through Social Security and Medicare payroll taxes. Paying in, not taking out. Many undocumented immigrants work using ITINs. They pay billions into Social Security and Medicare, but they are legally barred from ever collecting those benefits. Income tax. The federal government collects income tax from many immigrants, but provides very few direct cash benefits like SNAP food stamps or SS. You see, that's another thing. So, immigrants pay taxes. Illegals pay taxes. They have to pay taxes. It doesn't matter who you are. You cannot escape the IRS. Unless you are completely off the grid, you don't actually own anything, which like 99% of these immigrants, they do. They come here for a better life. I'm not going to speak for the Hondurans and which other ones? The other ones. Listen, I'm not going to speak on them. To be honest, I'm just talking about Mexicans, Asian people, but Hondurans and the other ones, I'm not going to speak on that. But like 99% of them, they come to like create a better life for themselves and for their family. And I think it's a fair trade-off, the fact that they pay not obviously not per like individual, but in total, like the accumulate per year, they pay billions in taxes. I feel like it's a fair trade-off that some of them get food stamps. And also, that's another thing. If somebody tells you that illegals are not eligible for food stamps, they're lying to you. Okay? That's illegal immigrants can actually be eligible for EBT food stamps. Okay? They can. How do I know this? I just do, okay? Like I've been around people, okay? But that's why I know like how it is and what it's like and what people are actually going through. Because like the way MAGA paints them, the way the right paints them, the way conservatives talk about immigrants, it makes it seem like they're just like leeches. But they're not. They're how do you say like you trade what do you call when it's an equal trade? Jesus, the word like left my mind. Whatever, okay? They provide a trade-off, okay? They provide the fact that they pay taxes, but they don't get any benefits except for, the very few. Like maybe some state-funded healthcare, okay? And not all of them. Only a few of them. And also, a lot of them are eligible for food stamps. Because, they can claim like low-income housing type of stuff like that. Okay, the state and local drain. States and cities operate on a different math. They are responsible for the two most expensive public services, which are legally required to be provided regardless of immigration status. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Public schooling and emergency services. This is where, like, Jesus Christ, I forget words. Like, the lack of empathy comes in from that side. Now, this isn't me writing for the left, okay? The left and the Dems and all them weirdos. But the right, they have this view of on immigration that they look at it like when people come in, they think they're the ones that are providing for the immigrants, when that is not true. I think the way I see it is they pay their due. Okay? They don't get any benefits. Maybe for like the very few. But they pay taxes. They have to pay taxes. They own stuff. They do. They make it happen. The thing about the competition with work, that's on the state. That's on the city. The fact that they are taking advantage of cheap labor, that's on the city. That's on the state. That's on whoever allows that. Okay, the employers. It's not their responsibility to give work to the illegals, but they do. Why? Because it's cheaper labor. Is that the immigrants' fault? No. If there wasn't any cheap labor, then what would the immigrants do? They'd be like, okay, well, I gotta get out of here, right? Maybe? The tax mismatch. The types of taxes immigrants pay most frequently are different from the ones that fund their local services. Sales tax. Undocumented immigrants pay sales tax every time they shop. Okay. Property tax. They pay property tax indirectly through rent, which helps local schools. Hold up, dude. That's not true. Illegals can't. They always find a way to own property, and they have to pay property tax at the end of the year. How does this not know that? The gap. However, economists generally find that for low-income populations, regardless of status, the cost of schooling a child and providing emergency services often exceeds the amount that household pays in sales and property taxes. Yeah, dude, but we're raising kids. Listen, maybe this is just me, But I couldn't care less if my taxes are going to feed a random family, a low income family that maybe the parents are illegals, but they're feeding their kids. I couldn't care less. Where's the outrage for this? Yes, Congress determines its own salary as required by Article 1, Section 6 of the U.S. Constitution. That is, oh my goodness. I could have sworn that's not what it was. What? Okay. Did they change? Are they changing history again? While the Ethics Reform Act of 1989 established an automatic annual cost of living adjustment based on private sector wages, Congress has regularly voted to reject the No. Okay, hold up. Freezing pay at 174. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna ask AI. Yes, taxpayer indirectly provide the funding for congressional salaries. That's where my problem roots in. Where's the outrage? Where's the outrage from the right when it comes to this? They have turned into their opposite of, being against government overreach and, all the stuff about what do you call it? Like what's that one thing? Don't tread on me. Don't tread on me. It's like now that they're going like, yeah, tread on me harder, please.
And while seeking asylum and other humanitarian protections in the United States, none of these.
It's people like Charlie Kirk that have brainwashed the general public into thinking, hey, empathy is weak. We should have evolved out of it, but we didn't. It doesn't matter what you think of these influencers, that maybe you're thinking, they're just doing it for because for the money, they're doing it for the fame, they're doing it for this or that or whatever. The influence is real, and it might change what people think throughout the day. Even maybe some people base their decisions off of what they watch online, of what they hear, especially young people.
Children or their parents had a criminal history.
If the Democrats don't win the midterms, we're cooked. Just remember that. We're cooked. That's it. There's not going to be a 2028 presidential election, okay? It's either going to go directly to Trump if he hasn't sharded his brains out by then, or to JD.
Anywhere in.
Or maybe to Kamal. No, I'm just kidding.
The world. Right? And that's as numerous reports have detailed the facility's awful conditions: dirty water, worms and food, inadequate medical care.
Isn't it insane? And it's kind of it seems like they're laughing at them. It seems like they're laughing at the Democrats and the left. They're doing it on purpose. We've seen that they are pretty performative. Okay? They lie right to our faces. They are capable of doing anything they want, whether it's unconstitutional, whether it violates people's constitutional rights. This is Squid Games, right? Am I tripping? Or am I not tripping? Are they doing a thing? Have hundreds of women and children gone missing after getting sent to And obviously the argument for like the righties and the people that don't give a shit about other people is, well, they shouldn't have come here illegally. It's a civil offense. It's like jaywalking. Reports regarding missing or disappeared women and children in the immigration system typically fall into two distinct categories: administrative tracking failures of children released to sponsors and allegations of enforced disappearances within the detention and transfer system. Administrative missing children, tracking gaps. So now they're going to blame it on the fact that, hey, well, there's too many of them. We can't keep up with them, obviously, right? So that means they're not getting the proper... What? The figure often cited in recent news, ranging from 32 to over 300,000, refers to unaccompanied migrant children that ICE and HHS lost track of after they were released from federal custody into adult sponsors. What do you mean sponsors? What? Whoa. Why are they going off to sponsors? Why don't they go back to their parents? I'm totally, me personally, it makes much sense that the kids whose parents were deported, it makes every bit of sense that the kids also get sent with their parents instead of, staying here and falling into like foster care or CPS system. Okay, human rights organizations use the term disappear to describe detainees whose families or lawyers cannot locate them. Well, what else are they going to be? What do you mean? Hold up a second. Shit. Is anybody covering that?
Hundreds of people who were once detained at the troubled immigration jail in the Florida Everglades, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, have disappeared.
Shit. No, right? Yes, it is. What? Migrant detention facility in Florida remains open as of early 2026 despite ongoing legal challenges. A federal appeals court previously blocked a lower court's order to close the facility, allowing it to continue operating during legal battles over the environmental and human rights concerns. What? There's a lot of people also cheering for this facility. There's people are actually kind of evil.
The Miami Herald reports about 2/3 of the 1,800 immigrants who were held there in July have gone missing from ICE's online database, with their families unable to locate them. Earlier this month, the federal appeals court ruled the jail could continue to operate despite reports of abuse. Trump welcomed the...
Also, why are people okay with this? There's kids in there. There's women in there. There was a report of an ICE agent raping a woman because the woman was looking for permission to see her daughter. ICE agent rapes woman. What? Hold up. ICE arrests criminal illegal alien convicted of raping a child, multiple other sex offenses in North Carolina. The child released from prison and taken into... Why does he... Okay, why don't these get sent either into prison, actual prison? Why do they get released? Why don't they actually get sent back? No, why don't they get into prison? I don't understand. These are the worst of the worst. These illegals are the worst of the worst. Why don't they get prison for life? That's free labor. The government wins. The right wins. Okay, but this is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, this is insane. Obviously, there's going to be a shitload of, evil ones, but that's not what I'm looking for. How come you're not showing me this? Ooh, you don't want to talk about it, huh?
News.
I think Florida's done a great job by building it, and whether it's Alligator,
This is the guy that sharded, by the way.
Alcatraz, or anything else you want to call it, it's an amazing facility for what it is. It's not a hotel. It's not supposed to be a hotel, but they've done a great job with it.
For more, we're joined by...
During Hurricane Katrina, in that Superdome or whatever, there was reports by actual medics and first responders that in the midst of the hurricane, where people were looking for shelter, there was reports by people that witnessed some pretty heinous crimes happening in the Superdome, like men, gaining up on women and children, and you can imagine the rest. This is what that reminds me of, except they got complete immunity from any time of persecution. This is what that reminds me of.
by two guests in Miami.
Listen, humans are evil. Humans are insanely evil, okay?
Thomas Kennedy is a policy analyst with the Florida Immigrant Coalition. And in Washington, D.C., Shirsha Dasgupta.
All right, and I got to show the context for what I just said. Superdome. Oh, you know what? I'm going to ask... I have a very simplistic mind, by the way. Well, there were widespread reports of a murder in the Superdome during Hurricane Katrina. Subsequent investigations by journalists, the National Guard, and the New Orleans coroner found that the vast majority of these reports were false or unsubstantiated. Yeah, okay. Reports versus reality. But it wasn't just by random people. It was by actual first responders. 4 bodies were recovered. One was confirmed as a homicide victim who had been shot. Real violence was later linked to the police. In the Danziger Bridge incident in New Orleans, officers shot and killed 2 unarmed civilians and wounded 4 others. Jesus. Okay, you're not going to show me it then. But I know I've seen it. Okay. Hurricane Katrina. I think this is the one that I saw.
This is a long-term project to help these people.
This is Bush. This is the guy that got us into Iraq for no good reason other than we needed oil. No weapons of mass destruction, by the way.
And this country is going to be committed to doing what it takes to help people get...
Holy crap. This is like Donald Trump levels of...
Country's going to be committed.
Look at that. Look at that. So performative.
They're doing what it takes to help people get back on their feet.
I'm in construction, okay? What was that guy even doing with the hammer and nails after this?
As the president's made his second trip here to offer encouragement and to assess the relief effort, troops continue their push to secure the massive flood zone and to get the last stragglers out. Residents of one local community, Jefferson Parish, have been allowed to go back to their homes. They're grabbing
looting going on. Some crimes were committed.
The worst thing I saw was the conditions of the bathrooms. It was to the point where the smell was vomiting. The hallways, we actually started camping outside so that we could breathe. There were rumors of rapes, murders, and there was a shootout today as well.
40,000 homes flooded in St. Bernard Parish, just east of New Orleans. At the Superdome, home to 9,000 storm refugees, chunks of the metal roof have been blown away. The stench of death especially strong around the convention center in the Superdome, where people have moved into the open air as they try to get away from it and closer to where buses and National Guardsmen can get to them.
We've been out here 4 days. We've really been out here 4 days.
There are 6 bodies upstairs on the 3rd floor. This morning I found one lady in a wheelchair dead in the ladies' bathroom and another lady laying on the floor by the ladies' bathroom.
That's not what AI told me.
Dead. And then there's this guy right here that's dead that's been sitting out here for a while. And they're not moving the bodies. It's the smell of dead bodies. Inside it's the smell of feces, the urine. It's just terrible. It's an awful situation to have to live in. And they've been making promises to us that they were going to move us, and we've been believing in it. And people just really been getting frustrated at this point because we're not getting any cooperation.
It's really bad, you know what I mean? They got disease in there, they got dead bodies. The bathrooms, we haven't used it since like Tuesday. And then when you have to really use it, you have to use it almost anywhere. So it's like really bad. And then the lines can't form, let these men do their job, So it is really broken. It is really broken and it's tough. And I'm very glad to be getting right here. I thank Jesus to be getting right here.
This convention center in New Orleans has been completely trashed. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about here. The empty seats behind me, these seats where people slept and ate for days in the heat, for days in this trash, surrounded by trash these people lived in. It looks just like, it's really incredible. It's hard to describe actually. People lived like animals here. We have seen dirty diapers on the floor, we've seen bottles, we've seen leftover food, and earlier today my photographer Ron, who was taking pictures of this convention center, actually threw up.
This is not the one. Is it this one?
Shelton, I remember in the doc.
No. I know what I saw.
Hurricane Katrina was devastating, but bad decisions made it worse than it had to be, and in turn led to additional tragedies. Here are some messed up things that happened during Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina was a 2005 storm that affected the southeast coast of the United States. Although Louisiana and Mississippi were most heavily affected, Alabama, Florida, and Georgia also suffered casualties. Hurricane Katrina reached Category 5 strength in the Gulf Coast, and when it made landfall, it was a Category 3. Despite the reduced strength, though, it became one of the worst disasters in American history. National Geographic writes that the storm hit the coast of Louisiana on August 29th and ended up affecting up to 90,000 square miles of land and over 15 million people. And although hurricanes are usually only 300 miles wide at most, Hurricane Katrina's wind stretched out over 400 miles. In addition, the storm's wind speeds were well in excess of 100 miles an hour. Experts don't know exactly how many people lost their lives during Hurricane Katrina. One of the low estimates is around 1,800 people, and over 1 million people lost their homes and were displaced. Hurricane Katrina cost up to $161 billion worth of damage. This was largely due to the fact that the breached levees led to flooding in 80% of New Orleans. The outer ends of the hurricane also produced tornadoes, which damaged power lines. Between 20,000 and 30,000 people in New Orleans were evacuated to the Mercedes-Benz Superdome. And despite the fact that this was meant to be a temporary shelter, they ended up being stranded in the stadium for a week. Initially, the Superdome was described as a, quote, lawless, depraved, and chaotic place with reports of numerous murders. However, it was later found that despite the poor conditions in the Superdome, it was not the, quote, murderous hellhole it was reported to be. The Society Pages writes that there were 6 deaths in the Superdome, 1 by suicide, 1 by overdose, and 4 from natural causes. NBC News reports that although there were stories of freezers full of bodies, in fact, they did not exist. Due to the sensationalist stories regarding the Superdome, The Guardian reported that the rumors were used to justify, quote, turning New Orleans into a prison city. The Superdome was woefully inadequate for housing the thousands of evacuees. The backup generator for the lights was barely able to be kept afloat. Then the water supply gave out and the toilets, quote, began to overflow. With the failure of the air conditioning, temperatures inside the Superdome reached the high 90s with heavy humidity. The food inside the freezers had soon rotted, and the horrid smell was everywhere. Out of the at least 1,800 deaths caused by Hurricane Katrina, nearly half were elderly people, and it's possible that the deaths...
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Okay. Flooding the white homeowners wasn't an accident or bad luck. As talk poverty...
Damn video.
When y'all see the police units, y'all can't put the camera on us.
Okay. I'm sorry, didn't know.
Well, I mean...
Well, what you saw there was... did you get that, Scott? What you saw there was something that we've been experiencing pretty much for the last 2 days. You can see the streets are still flooded down here. Let's see if we can go. Can we go in there? Can we go in there?
See what it says, Padres Palace? That's where they're loading the buses. Right.
That's where they're loading them? Okay, thank you.
Freeport, huh?
Yeah.
You look familiar? I live in Minden.
You live in Minden? Yes. So what are you seeing down here?
Seeing all kind of stuff. I mean, just people looting and different kind of stuff like that. It's total chaos.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the security like here?
The security is pretty strong. We got more soldiers in today, and I think everything will be all right once we get all these people out of here.
Yeah. So we're told by the Army that this is where they're picking up some of the refugees out of the Superdome, and as you can see, it's not a pretty sight, and I can tell you the smell is not that great either. But these people look like they've been here for quite some time. Actually, the smell is actually putrid.
What is that total? I mean, 16?
In everywhere. I mean, a lot of people, rape, all type of violence, and just water rising everywhere. I mean, she's just a young girl. You see the frustration, confusion. She's just a young girl. She just wants to go home. Man, it was hectic. Urine everywhere. I mean, a lot of people, rape, all type of violence, and just water rising everywhere in the city. We just glad to be out of here. Right. Well, we don't want to keep you guys. We know you want to go, but thank you for talking with us, and good luck. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that did look all right.
Yeah. How's your baby doing? You don't want to be on? I respect that. How are you going with the smell? The smell is absolutely unbelievable.
You can't use the bathroom because you can't flush the toilet. And feces over everything. I work at a hospital, so the smell, I'm used to it, but I can't eat anything because I threw up.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to find the freaking video.
Is a reporter with the Miami Herald who co-wrote the new report headline, "Hundreds of Alligator Alcatraz detainees drop off the grid after leaving site." We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Saoirse, let's begin with you. You broke this story. Talk about how you got this information, what documents are available, how many people are missing or disappeared.
So my former colleague, Ana Ceballos, obtained 2 rosters of Alligator Alcatraz detainees in July. And those rosters accounted for a total of a little more than 1,800 men who were held at the facility. After a month, around end August, when the facility was winding down its operations, we matched the detainees in the rosters to ICE's online locator system, and we found that around 800 of them had no records, and roughly 450 of them had a result called Call ICE for Details, which is a pretty vague notation. We spoke to attorneys who said that that notation can mean anything. It could mean that someone is being processed for intake into a facility. It could mean that someone is being transferred from one site to another, or it could also mean that that a person is about to be deported.
And Shirsho, can you tell us whether anyone has indeed contacted ICE to find out what's happening with these detainees?
Yes, we spoke to the attorney and family members of one person who was held at Alligator Alcatraz. He's a Cuban national named Michael Borrego Fernandez. He was at the site for around a month, and in early August, he was shifted to Chrome Detention Center in Miami, which is a federal detention center, unlike Alligator Alcatraz. Then around Labor Day, his family realized that he has been sent to a federal detention facility in San Diego County in California. And they got this information through the online locator system, but he stopped calling them, and when his lawyer tried to contact him in the California facility, the staffers there kept telling him that we don't have anyone by that name, you should call ICE. And then the lawyer went to ICE, and ICE would just refer him back to the California site. And this went on for around a week until they finally heard from him.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now at how Amnesty International says immigrants held at the ICE jail in Florida, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, were shackled inside a 2-foot-high metal cage and left outside without water for up to a day at a time. In a new report, they also detail unsanitary conditions, lights on 24 hours a day, poor quality food and water, and lack of privacy. The report is titled Torture and Enforced Disappearances in the Sunshine State, Human Rights Violations at Alligator Alcatraz and Chrome in Florida. We're joined now by the lead researcher, Amy Fisher, Director of Refugee and Migrant Rights at Amnesty International USA. Amy, thanks for being with us. Thanks for joining us from Bentonville. Can you describe what you found?
Sure. So myself and colleagues from Amnesty International went to Florida in September, and we were able to have a tour of the Chrome detention facility, and we were also able to speak to a number of individuals detained inside who had also been detained inside of Alligator Alcatraz. And really what we heard about both facilities were harrowing stories of human rights violations, cruel conditions, abuse, and in some cases, treatment that amounts to torture under international law.
So can you describe situations you found at what the Republicans have dubbed Alligator Alcatraz?
Of course. So what we found and heard about Alligator Alcatraz is that people are housed in cages that hold about 30 people, and there's about 3 toilets per cage. The weather, the environment is very severe. And one of the things that we heard that was so concerning was the use of something called the box, which was described to us as the type of cage that you put lions in at the zoo. And people are placed in this box as a form of punishment. It is a 2-by-2-foot box where people are shackled at their wrists and at their feet and chained to the ground in the hot Florida sun for hours upon hours at a time, without food, without water, as a form of punishment. We heard that there was an incident in which somebody in one of the cages was having a medical emergency, and other people inside were calling for help for this individual, and those that were seeking help were placed in the box as a form of punishment. And after hearing about this, Amnesty made the determination that putting people in the box and the use of this box amounts to torture under international law. So
what can be done? What are you demanding, Amy Fisher?
We are calling for the shutdown of Alligator Alcatraz, as well as Chrome, as well as any other cruel detention center across the United States. What we are really seeing is an intentional development within immigration detention that is aiming to make it increasingly cruel, increasingly abusive, so that people are forced to give up their immigration.
I don't get why they can't just be sent back. Like, if they're going to do all that, why can't they just get deported and that's it? Doesn't seem like the border's so secure if they can just keep jumping right back. There's a lot of denial also on the right that this is even happening. Abuse and all that. And at the same time, there's also a lot of acceptance and they're kind of cheering on for this type of human rights violations. They're saying this is what they voted for. Pretty crazy to think that these people walk among us. Anyways. Well. Pretty sad stuff to end on, but it's Monday. I didn't even plan this out correctly, but I hope I did somewhat okay. Okay, well, that's all I wanted to cover. I'm pretty much just gonna... I'm gonna dip. And then... I need to start editing my video essay. Anyways, have a good night. Go to sleep. Drink water. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Have a great time.